have just a minute. Got ahead of myself. Okay, now we're good. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our board meeting to fill the vacancy for Sheriff of Marion County. We start every meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and this meeting is no different, so if you please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Seems very fitting to me, considering, and justice for all. Now let's point at sheriff.
It is. It is. With your indulgence, commissioners, I have a few comments to make about the office of sheriff. Marion County was the first county in Oregon. It was called Champoeg County in the beginning.
Which is where we're going to have our 5K on Saturday.
There you go. And as a result, Marion County is home to the first sheriff in Oregon. The term sheriff means, it comes from the word shire reeve. It literally means guardian of the county. So the Saxons called county shires. When the Normans invaded, they were French, so they called them counties. But that's what it means. It means the guardian of the county. And I think that's a very fitting thing as we think about this job. We're looking to appoint someone to protect the safety of the people who live here. Interestingly, that the office of sheriff originally was the representative of the king. The king of England wasn't super trustworthy of the local officials all the time, and so the sheriffs were the king's men who would enforce the king's plans, I guess, in the different counties. What's interesting is, and that's why, in Robin Hood, the sheriff of Nottingham wasn't the good guy necessarily, right? There's this tension between local officials and the sheriffs historically. But when America happened, there was no more king, right? That's why instead of saying God save the king, we say God bless America, right? And we are not a nation under a monarch, we're a nation under God, as we just said in the Pledge of Allegiance, right? We're a free people. And so now the sheriff, instead of being the king's man or king's woman, is the people's representative. The sheriff represents the people and represents public safety and for the people. And I think the word guardian is also really fitting because a guardian is not an owner. And so I think all of us in public service are guardians of the place that we serve and the people who we serve. And it's our job to do our best to hand it on to the folks who are going to come after us better than we found it. And that's what it means to be a guardian. And so I think that's also very fitting as we think of who we're going to appoint to be the guardian of public safety here in Marion County for the foreseeable future. I think also, instead of in the past where you had maybe the sheriff represented the king and the local officials represented the local people, now we divide it differently. The commissioners were sort of the representatives of the people, and we focus on administration, and we focus on finances and budget, and the sheriff really focuses on public safety. So now we're really on the same team, and we work together as a team to keep our community safe, and I think that's also really important. So for me, as I'm thinking about this job, I think, it's important that the person we hire is service-minded and a person of high integrity. There's 6 candidates for this job. The interviews are going to begin at 8:45. The candidates are going to be interviewed in alphabetical order, and each interview will be 45 minutes. We have 12 questions for the candidates, and at the end of the interviews, around 2:30 this afternoon, we're going to deliberate, and we'll vote to select a new sheriff for Marion County. The official appointment of the sheriff will take place on June 28th during board session, and it will be effective June 30th when the new sheriff will be sworn in. So you're all welcome to be a part of that. We aren't going to take public comment here today. Public comment opened on May 5th with the announcement, and it closed last Friday on June 2nd. We received a total of 117 written comments, plus some oral comments in that process. The Oregon Constitution provides for the sheriff, provides the sheriff as the chief executive officer and conservator of the peace in the county. And by statute, the general duties of the sheriff include arresting and jailing all persons who commit a crime or attempt to break the law, defending the county against those who endanger the public safety, executing the process and orders of the courts, executing all warrants delivered to the sheriff, and appearing in court in all state and county courts when called. So with that, I'll stop my comments, and I'd be happy, commissioners, if you have comments about today before we begin.
It's gonna be a long day.
I appreciate your analogy of the guardian, and even us being guardians and the sheriff being a guardian. And you said, you mentioned it, something in that statement, and it reminded me, the pledge or the oath that we take says to the best of my ability. And you mentioned that in that part. So as a guardian, nobody is perfect, you know, but to the best of our ability as we do this. And I think whoever, you know, all these men and women who come before us today are guardians already in their roles, wherever they're at. And it's just a special privilege to be able to sit here today and go through these interviews and select the next sheriff who, to the best of their ability, will be the guardian of Marion County. It's kind of cool. Thank you for sharing that. Really cool.
Another fun fact, George Washington's dad, the father of our country, was a sheriff.
Wow.
So there you go.
I just want to add that there's been a lot of comments coming in to us in written form. Of course, people are calling us, they're posting on social media and all the ways that they can reach us. And of course, I didn't sleep much last night. I think this might be one of the biggest decisions I'll make as a commissioner, at least in this current term. And I just want to assure the public that we don't take this lightly. This is a really big deal. And I said this morning that it's my goal, and I believe it's our goal, to obviously listen closely. We're going to ask some hard questions today. But then at the end, when we appoint whomever we're going to appoint, we're not just going to look for their skill set, their experience, but specifically for me, I'm going to be looking for their character, their integrity, and also their values. I was elected in Marion County because of the value set that I hold, and I believe that any elected official has their own set of values that's critically important to the decisions that we make. And I hope that the person we do appoint is able to instill in the public and show through action what their service means to all of the citizens of Marion County. And I believe that we'll get there today, and I'm really looking forward to this afternoon. I'm not much of a fan of interviews, if I'm being totally honest, because I can't just have an open dialogue with individuals. But I know most of these individuals to some point already, and I appreciate the efforts that they've put in before today to engage with us, but also the service that they've provided to Marion County. All of them work here in some fashion, not just at the county, but in Marion County, serving our public. And so I'm grateful for their service up to today, and we'll continue to see them grow in the future, regardless of appointment. Commissioner.
And the last thing is that we're going to appoint them, but they're going to stand for an election.
That's right.
In November of 24, and then the people will get to
decide.
Decide.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's the hardest interview they'll ever do. Thank you.
Yeah, for everybody's just information, our candidates are Chris Baldridge, who's the Director of Safety and Risk Management for Salem-Keizer Public Schools, Lieutenant Nick Hunter, who works at the Marion County Sheriff's Office, Deputy Chad Jones, who works at the Marion County Sheriff's Office, Deputy Chris Kennedy, who also works at the Marion County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Donald Parisi, who works at the Marion County Sheriff's Office, and Deputy Stacy Rejan, who works at the Marion County Sheriff's Office. And I want to echo what Commissioner Bethel said, which is I'm also very grateful for each of their service to our community up to this point. So with that, it's just about time. So we'll bring in the first candidate is Chris Baldridge.
Does Chad have her cell phone number? Okay. She needs to talk to Jane first. Okay. So I thought, okay. We need a special meeting with Judge Broyles as soon as possible.
Good Morning, Chris. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So we have a series of questions here. You have 45 minutes, and your time is your own. So we're not going to necessarily keep you on time. You can decide if you want to spend more time on a question or less. And we're just going to go in a round robin format. Each of us is going to ask a question. You'll have a chance to answer it. Does that sound okay?
Yes, that sounds wonderful.
Mr. Chair, may I add, it's really important that you answer all 12 questions.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner?
I'm ready.
All right, we're going
Let's
to jump.
go.
We're going to jump right in.
Okay.
All right. So the first question is from me, and here it is. Theft and property crime has been rising throughout the county and in our communities. Changes in state policy have made it more difficult to hold people accountable when they commit crimes. What actions would you take on the local level to address the increase in crime and improve public safety?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I want to start by just saying thank you for this opportunity to sit in front of you. I know we're short for time, so I will move right into the questions. So yes, with state and policy changes that have been made, it makes it difficult to hold people accountable if you look at it from the level of trying to manage things through incarceration. So if you look at the criminal justice system in a basic sense of that, it's arrest, jail, finish sentence, and then move on, then yes, it does become much more difficult. However, I believe our state has, our legislature has set us on a path to where they're looking at things to where we want to take some, specifically some lower level crimes, and make that to where we can actually work with the person who committed the crime as well as the victim to find restorative ways to help them give back to the community and still atone for the crime that they committed. I think as the sheriff of Marion County, what you have to do is that the word collaboration immediately comes to mind with me, and that's not only internally within the sheriff's office, but and with the board of commissioners and the district attorney's offices and our judges, but it's also out into the community as well. We know that Marion County absolutely needs more services to help with things like addiction. Mental health services. We struggle with those regularly. In my job currently within the school district, we see this in our young folks as well. And there's just a vacuum. We're a vacuum for services. So as sheriff, it would be one of my goals to help us collaborate unilaterally with both the public as it supports us, as well as they got a lot louder, as well as well as our partners within our local cities, our state as well. I think as a sheriff, you have to be that voice, the voice that starts to build trust within our community, and we start looking to navigate these new statutes and these laws as they come down to us. So in summation, I think it's finding ways to navigate laws as they come and they affect law enforcement or the criminal justice system and public safety, and how do we do that effectively so that we're still meeting the needs of the people we serve.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks for being here, Chris, and thanks for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Do you plan on running for the office, whether or not you are appointed as a sheriff? Why or why not?
Yes, sir. So this has been asked of me. I made an announcement probably about when I saw Sheriff Cass' retirement, and thank you to Sheriff Cass for everything he's provided in Marion County. This is something that I've thought about throughout my career. I took a great deal of time to actually commit. People have asked me this question, Chris, are you going to put in for it? Are you going to run? The one thing that I had to answer for myself was that can I give 100% of myself to this community, to this office, to this board, to everybody who needs something from me? How I handled that, from what you will, is through thought, discussion, through my family, friends, colleagues, and a lot of prayer. And with that, I came to the conclusion that yes, I intend to not only apply for this position, but to run for Marion County Sheriff in the 2024 primary.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
All right, my question is, What is your experience with employee accountability in the sheriff's office? And what systems do you use to ensure the outcome is fair and just?
Thank you for the question. So my experience with it is now 3 years dated. So I left the sheriff's office in 2020, and I'm now 3 years at the district. So HR process has changed a bit for me. When I left the sheriff's office, there was multiple ways of accountability. So one, with accountability, you always have to look at your collective bargaining agreements between your bargaining units to make sure that you're applying those appropriately. Number two, you need to make a decision to understand what the gravity of the mistake is at that point in time, because quite honestly, sometimes things that happen could be just coaching and counseling, a simple conversation, sitting down with the person in front of you and saying, hey, let's talk about this. What happened here? Here's some suggestions and some tools to do this next time versus handling it this way, because this way doesn't fall within the vision of the sheriff's office. There's also the ability to go to the next level, which would be your professional standards investigation. I've performed those personally, and those need to be from a perspective of there's no opinion inside of those. They are a fact-based investigation that then allows the decision maker to sit down and make a decision based on policy, procedure, vision and mission of the sheriff's office, and also in collaboration, you'll have your bargaining units at the table. You could have your bargaining unit at the table effectively if you were doing coaching and counseling as well. But as you know, coaching and counseling is not discipline, whereas the PSI, there's potentially professional standards investigation, there's potentially discipline attached to it. You also have things that you have to take into consideration, like due process, timelines, garrity, and knowing all those things. I know here in the county, not only is there resources internally within the sheriff's office that handle this, but there's also resources here at the county in the human resources division at the county as well that aided and assisted regularly within those investigations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So community corrections is a responsibility of the Board of Commissioners that's shared between the commissioners and the sheriff by a joint agreement. What's your understanding of the sheriff's role in overseeing community corrections, and what's your understanding of the role of the Board of Commissioners?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So my understanding of the role of community corrections is it is ran by the Board of Commissioners in the essence that the board delegates its authority to the sheriff, saying we want you to manage this piece of this office for us. I know from the previous sheriffs that I worked for, though, there's a very close working relationship between the sheriff and the board around community corrections, and I would actually say it's unilaterally across the entire office. I think that's a key piece to being sheriff of Marion County. It's all about relationships. One of my mentors, and Sheriff Myers, who I can't thank enough, he provided me with just a ton of opportunity in my career. The one thing he drilled in me was relationships are primary. Chris, relationships are primary. And I watched him navigate that throughout his career and achieve things for the office that we had not seen in previous administrations. And I would take that also into consideration. For community corrections, their responsibility, I'm going to reread the question. I'm sorry, I went on a tangent there.
No problem.
So as the sheriff, you oversee the program, including its funding source. I also know that the sheriff will play a critical role in being able to talk to our state legislatures, our governing body, in lobbying for money to fund that program, to show its successes. That program, I think, plays such a pivotal role within our community because when they switched to their restorative justice model probably about 10, 12 years ago, I remember as a young patrolman going, this is what is this, right? Like this is not good. But then you start to look at it, and as you start to see the world and understand the world, that sometimes people need a second, third, and fourth chance. We don't all get the same as everybody. The hair just stood up on my head because there's so many people who have given me a chance in this world. It doesn't mean that with giving people chances that there isn't accountability. Please don't mistake me for that. But when you see a person struggling with addiction and then poverty coming along with it, is putting them back in jail where you know that they're not going to get better, honestly, the best place to be, especially when we have limited jail space, where we're trying to hold pretrial offenders who have committed heinous acts like rape or sodomy or other sexual abuses or murder. So can we help them? And this is where I go back to that conversation of we've got to, Marion County, whether I sit in this chair or not, even from my position at the district, we have got to find more resources for treatment in Marion County. We have got to work together on that from all. This is where we need to come together as a community and make those things happen. So I know that for the board, community corrections is a very, very, very important topic. My commitment as the sheriff of Marion County is to always be collaborative with the board in regards to that division, as well as any other division within the sheriff's office. Thank you.
Great. Besides me, Chris, who will you appoint to your leadership team and why?
That wasn't, besides me, probably.
Oh, it doesn't say that in there.
It doesn't say Commissioner
Who
Karen?
will you appoint to your leadership team?
Well, that's an interesting question. So these are not conversations that even throughout this process that I've engaged in. This is a question that I hope you don't hold it against me, that I really can't answer for you right now. I know the men and women of the sheriff's office, but until you sit in the chair and you actually see who's in there in the seat right then, and you collaborate and you begin to work with them, and they show that they can be a part of the vision of the sheriff, you won't know who is going to be there and who is not going to be there. I'm going to make the presumption at this point that everybody within that office is successful and has the ability to be successful. I will tell you, as sheriff, I am not afraid to make change. I'm not afraid to make that decision, especially if I feel like the community is being harmed, the office is being harmed, and we're not moving in a direction that the office should move. Then those changes would need to be made. What I can tell you is that if I were appointed sheriff or as sheriff, there would be regular meetings with the leadership team, and then honestly, I've created kind of some thoughts around what my first month would look like, 6 months. There's a lot of one-on-one conversations that are going to happen. Where are you at? What do you have going on? What's your plans? What do you see for the future of the sheriff's office? How do you see fitting into this team? Then you start making those decisions there. But I think it would be unfair for me and the people who are seated in those seats right now for me to throw names out there and do all of those things.
Great, thank you.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was your turn. I was still writing. Have you promised anything to county employees, communities, or others regarding what you would do if appointed as the next sheriff?
No.
Great. You just made up some time.
Yeah, no, I can expand on that a bit more. Certainly I've talked to a lot of county employees and people have reached out to me. In fact, I can even recall one conversation where I was discussing with a leader about what my vision for the sheriff's office would be. And they provided me with their vision as well and where they would like to go. And I specifically told them I cannot promise you anything. I said I really appreciate our friendship and our feedback. I cannot promise you anything. It wouldn't be fair to you. It wouldn't be fair to me because, again, until you sit in that chair, you have no idea what actually is going on there. Until you have a chance to put your eyes and your ears to the ground and really dig into the work and really start to make change. As far as like when a deputy has called or reached out to me and said, Chris, we support you, I've asked them, I said, I appreciate you. I appreciate your support of me. I would ask that you actually don't jump into any camps at this point. I think the best place for you to be is to not cause division within the sheriff's office and remain solely and hopeful that The commissioners are going to make a great decision today, and that person who sits in this chair is going to understand that job and that role, and they're going to do the best thing for you. Don't put yourselves into camps. Don't cause division and divide within the office, because in the end, in the street, they're going to need each other more than ever. And this goes in for the jail, for our parole and probation, for all of those folks. They need to love each other. They need to not get involved in things like this. Let your vote count in May if you want to do that. But really causing further divide within the office, if there is any now, is not good. So I've counseled people to please stay away from that.
Thank you.
Okay. So the Board of Commissioners has the statutory authority to allocate budgets, authorize personnel, and establish countywide policies for all departments. How will the Sheriff's Office be accountable to the Commissioners and the public in managing the department's $87.9 million budget, 377 employees, and ensuring compliance with county policies?
Yeah, thank you. I think simply the nice thing about it is, and this is, even as I've come up through the leadership ranks, is you have great people around you that actually help you navigate budgets, right? Because there are some really smart people that do math really well, and those experts you want to have beside you as you navigate this thing. The unique thing about the role of sheriff is, unless this has changed, I believe you're actually personally responsible for your budget, and any overrun that's not approved by the county could potentially have to be paid back out of your own pocket. And I see our CIO shaking her head.
That's
yes.
right.
I remember actually engaging in a conversation with the sheriff at one point in time, like, why can't we just do this? He's like, because it's going to put our budget over and I'll have to write a check for it. And I'm like, well, that makes a lot more sense to me, right? So the even more so than that, it's not about my wallet. It's about the taxpayers who give us their money every single year, and being good stewards of that money and providing the best criminal justice services or public safety services that we can to them, because those are hard-earned dollars. Hard-earned dollars that come to us, and they trust us to use it effectively to try and reduce crime, reduce recidivism, hold offenders in custody when they need to be held. And utilizing those dollars and those funds appropriately it's personal to me. I'm a Marion County resident. I pay taxes, and I trust that my money is going to be used appropriately. The other thing, So with budgeting, I've now had the opportunity to manage the budgeting process here, which I'm relatively familiar with ours. We work from a zero-based budgeting model, which I actually really enjoy. It's kind of nice to break your budget down each year to see where your line items are at and how you're going to expense those dollars. I also know that there's a great deal of communication between the board's office and the sheriff's office about our estimations about where we're going to land, potentially any increases in the budget or decreases in the budget. I know that it's very calculated in conversations and through relationships when you start in discussing things like decision packages and capital projects. I know that the commissioners have approved the building of the new evidence building. Thank you so much. I think I think that's just such a wonderful thing. And then with budget, again, you rely on your experts that are around you to help keep you out of trouble, because while the sheriff's office only operates out of, I believe it's 6 funds, if I went back to my notes, yes, 6 funds, the top 2 being the general fund, the 100 and the 180, which is about 86.1% of the budget. There are other funding sources, and I also know that the commissioners have created FTE for specific areas where there's an attachment and there's a need and a want to see that deputy be up in that area, like the the very north deputy. I believe it's the Butteville deputy that's up there, and some of our East Canyon deputies. And so I know that before you start moving personnel around or making adjustments, there has to be conversations, not only with the board's office, but a view of your budget. How's it funded? If it's grant funded, what does the grant allow us to actually make moves like that without being in violation of the grant or in violation of the state rules around the funding source? So you have to watch those very, very closely, and the most thing you have to do, I think, as the leader, as the sheriff, is ask questions. I want to do this. Here's why. can I do it, right? One, you don't want to go to jail. Two, you don't want to spend the wrong amount of money in the wrong place. And one, you want to make positions and moves and things like that for the right reasons. As far as budgeting goes, I've had the opportunity now to work within the Sheriff's Office budget. Mostly I've developed budgets in the Operations Division as well as the Enforcement Division. Also worked and managed the Traffic Safety Team's budget. But now at Salem-Keizer, I've also had the opportunity to work in a much larger budget. My budget is about $38 million. I manage our self-insured risk fund and watch over that for the district, which is really rather interesting because I'm navigating workman's comp issues. I'm navigating suits or lawsuits that could be potentially coming into the district, and really watching the bottom line of that, because that's for that large of a district, it's really not that large of a fund, so you really have to manage it very, very well and be very careful and keep my executive team apprised as to what's happening regularly within that fund. And I also got to learn how to read insurance actuarials.
Yuck.
It's interesting.
I'm sorry, how much of the $33 million is the actual?
31 million.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So, Chris, question number 8 there is, the Sheriff's Office has a vast array of public safety duties as well as responsibility of managing this large department. If appointed to this position, where would you initially focus your energy and why? And then the second half, maybe what are more longer term, long range goals?
Thank you. Great question. There's a couple of priorities that I would have in the short term. I think your number one priority is we've got to hire deputy sheriffs. I believe the number I've been giving is we're 50 FTE vacancies, so 50 full-time employees that the office is currently down that with the number that I've been working with. I have some ideas on how we're able to start to work on some of the recruitment efforts, as well as starting to build a pipeline into the sheriff's office. And of course, I can't find that note now. But it's really, if you're looking at recruitment, hiring, one, we got to speed up the hiring process. So you get in, you dissect the hiring process, you take a look at its systems and see how can we get people onboarded quickly. The number two is the recruitment piece. I believe retention-wise, and I'll get into the recruitment, I just want to touch on retention quickly. Marion County has a tendency to keep employees, which is fantastic. This is a great place to live. It's a fantastic place to work. And once you become a deputy sheriff, so I had the time to be a police officer and a deputy sheriff in my career. No offense to the police officers, but I love being a deputy sheriff a lot more than I liked being a police officer. I didn't like being confined. It's amazing to be able to police urban environments and then head out towards Detroit and see elk on the side of the road. I think that is something that, as a sheriff's office, nobody else gets to experience. I think that's amazing, and I think that's a good driver for us to get there. Also, the commissioners have made a commitment to our deputies, seeing the raises over the last negotiations and things that came through that. I think that's all amazing stuff. For recruitment wise, one, there's multiple relationships that I've built over the last 3 years where I believe we can create pathways, and really it's through our educational systems. One is there are numerous districts in this county that have law enforcement programs. So they have CTE programs, career technical programs that are teaching kids law enforcement skills as well as fire skills and medical skills. We need to start recruiting there at a base. You need to start developing relationships there now. Find out where they're going to college, see where they're going out, check in on them. Hey, how are your studies going? And make Marion County the place you want to work. If you build a relationship, people want to come and be next to you. That's really all it takes. It's not hard work. Just go build a relationship, get them here, come show them, let them do ride-alongs, get them involved with our cadet program if they're enjoyed with that. But at a bare minimum, have a care and connection piece that you can utilize there. As they move into the criminal justice programs, there's multiple universities in our area that have criminal justice programs. We should be going to those programs, and we should be recruiting those kids as they're coming out in their juniors and senior years to get them to come on board with us. The other thing that and I don't know that we're missing this is just my head working, is that we have to be careful with, like, don't just focus on young age demographic. There's a workforce that's out there that's my age, that you want to go out after, that have a lot of lived experiences. We have a lot of retired military. One of the applicants you're going to interview today, I believe, had a full military career prior to coming to the sheriff's office. Those are great places to go and recruit out of. And then, following other agencies within the state, look to utilize the ability to buy back retirees to come back to you. And I know our judicial security team does this regularly, but there are multiple demographics that we can utilize to try and recruit deputy sheriffs into this thing. Inside of my first year with that, I would like to see at least a 60% reduction in those vacancies within my first year. That's going to be a hard push, and I'm going to have to sit down and have some conversations and build some trust and some capacity, specifically with our field training and evaluation coordinators. They are tired. I know that they're tired. They were tired when I left because we were still hiring, and they got to be even more tired now because it's continued on. But we've seen departments in our state and across our nation have successes, and largely it's because they're building an office that people want to come to. They feel cared for. They're provided with great equipment, and we have all of this available here in Marion County. We just got to go sell it to some folks and get it to them. In my first year, aside from just looking at that's pretty myopic and internal. Externally, as the sheriff, I'm going to get out in the community. Not only with you, wherever you need me to be, but I'm going to get out into the community as well and start to understand what it is we need. Because this is the amazing thing about the sheriff's office. Every niche of our community needs something different because crime impacts them a different way, right? East Salem Service District, I know that they're highly impacted by gang graffiti and gang activity right now, as well as some other thefts and other things like that. But you get out into our rural farmers up near where I live in the rural area up north, and it's theft from our agricultural partners, big theft. And then you run up into the canyon where you're having crime committed as a result of still, from the fires that had committed to where there's still properties vacant and other things up there, and drug activity and things like that. So I need to get out into the community, into our local cities that we serve, as well as any other groups that I can have time to meet with and really understand what their needs are so that it can help us shape the vision of where the sheriff's office would go under my leadership.
Thank you.
All right. Every elected official has their own idea of how their department should operate. Please address each division of the sheriff's office and describe the areas you would like to change if you were appointed.
Thank you. So I'm going to address the operations division first. I'm kicking myself because I had this on my board. I tried to estimate what questions you all might ask me, and I had this on my board, and I had a whole bunch of notes, and I was like, nah. So I'll do the best I can from memory. I would say to the commissioners is that, and to the folks who are listening to the deputies, is that this is an outsider's perspective looking in. The one thing that I'll commit to the office is that while I anticipate making change, that change will be thoughtful and collaborative with input from multiple sources. That's from service level staff on up, especially if it's a large divisional change. From the operations division, I want to look at it and see how, one, it's recruitment and retention, how's that, background investigations, how's that running, our crime prevention efforts, where are they at, judicial security. Many of these things are just kind of stewards of that office, so really it's a review of their current operations. The one thing I will do office-wide, because we're down so many deputy sheriffs, is review every position that we have and where, and determine, is it actually needed right now, and do we need to move them, if you're a certified deputy sheriff, back to your core function for the moment, in order to offset those numbers. One, we have patrol teams that are running really short from what I understand, and we have a G-pod that we need to get open for this community. So I think we have to take a very hard look at the agency and potentially right size. And I know that that's a very tough conversation because those folks are all doing great work, but that's the tough decisions that leaders have to make. In the enforcement division, I think you're going to go in and you're going to do. I'm trying not to be so broad. It's going to be a review of everything that they're responding to include calls for service, and that's going to be based on numbers. How many calls for service are you responding to? Are we responding to them effectively? Are there low levels calls for service that we could shove to? I understand we're bringing on an online model to just crime reporting, and shoving those off to where a deputy sheriff isn't going to respond to those unless it's absolutely degraded to a point to where a deputy sheriff needs to be. The one thing I will commit to the community is that this would be a temporary solution. I like that the sheriff's office still responds to the vast majority of its calls for service. I think from a service perspective, that's where law enforcement should be. I think if you call for a cop, you should get to at least talk to a cop. And that interaction should be absolutely professional at all times. But an evaluation of what it is they have going on, this is from the detective divisions to, I believe, the directed patrol unit is in there now, traffic safety team. How are we all functioning? Are we doing well with inside the means of what you're provided, or the current guidelines that you're provided on what you're responding to? And then start to make decisions globally from there. For parole and probation, I've had the opportunity to sit down with them. Parole and probation in the jail are going to be some of my greatest learnings. I will just admit that now. I'm capable of learning those systems, and I know enough to be dangerous about them. And so doing that, I know that I'm going to have to wrap myself around with all those experts that live in there, the division commanders, lieutenants, sergeants, deputies, who can help us look at the systems that they're currently doing. And of course, any changes or impacts that we're doing in that division has to be brought through the Board of Commissioners to make sure that we're all aligned with our mission, vision, values as we're dispensing that program. The jail is unique. It's I've had a lot of conversations around the jail, and some of those conversations are great, and some of those conversations are concerns. The great thing about the jail is that, again, there is a division commander there, as well as lieutenants and sergeants that are just experts in that system that can assist me in answering some of the questions that I currently have after conversations that I've had leading up to this day. And then it's an evaluation as well as where's your staffing levels at? Where are we at with GPOD? How's that hiring going? What's your FTEP process look like? And then getting more broadly as I become more ingrained in the system, looking at some of our other things, transition center, is it functioning at its best? Is the jail functioning at its best? It's just going to be a kind of a global look of everything. But I think as the sheriff, you have to break that down. If I came into those conversations immediately with big picture ideas, here we go, right? Here comes the new guy. Boy, you're going to lose a lot of trust and you're going to lose a lot of capacity with your leaders. I think initially what you need to do is get in there, figure out who needs to be taken care of right away. Being that, what do we need you to do what do I need to create for you so that you can do your job effectively? And that's across all divisions. We get that moving and going, and then we start having the conversations on the bigger systems. And admittedly, there will be some learning from me. I'm going to have to learn some of the parole, probation, and the jail systems. But I'm confident that I'm capable of doing that. And then largely across the entire board, across the office, is we're going to develop a system of developing leaders. From deputy sheriff, from deputy sheriff, records management specialist, whoever wants to become a leader in this office, you start developing leadership programs and opportunities for them to engage in conversations. You have people who want to be leaders. I have 5-6 colleagues here today that are coming into this process that are demonstrating that they want to be a leader within this office, you have to grow that. You have to grow that. You have to know who's waiting to do what, who wants to be where, and start to develop them as leaders. Plus, that will also help you implement your vision within the office. It'll teach people how to communicate, as well as make tough decisions, have difficult conversations, things like that. So I'd like to see something develop like that. I hope I answered your question.
We've got, 3 more questions in 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
We got a resident timekeeper over here. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, jail capacity, speaking of jails, is an issue that comes up often in our communities. Budgets are tight, crime is increasing, and state policies continue to add adults in custody to our jail population without providing additional funding. What ideas do you have to increase capacity at the jail without raising taxes?
I have ideas. I just don't know if they're feasible through statute, if they're actually lawful. But there certainly are ideas that I have. I think the first look at is we needed to examine our current releasing policies and practice. Take a good look and a good hard study at those. Is Marion County's current release practice the best we can do? So, and when you look at something like that, I think you have to go nationally and start looking outside of the state of Oregon. I know that some of our laws are very unique, so you're trying to navigate some of that. But with that being said, I think you've got to go a bit more globally and take a look at some of those other sheriff's offices and see how they're navigating this, because we're not the only county who has this problem. Funds are tight, jail space is limited, and then you get legislation that impacts you greatly. So you take a look at that. This is also a huge collaboration from not only the Board of Commissioners, but our elected judges, as well as our district attorney's office, our local police departments, our city councils. I think there has to be some input from all of those positions to where we can come up with either our solution is the best, or here's something a little bit better. Regardless, though, we need to provide the why, so that we can all speak unilaterally about this is where we're at. This is where we're at. This is what we can do. This is the best we can do. So my commitment is to take a look at that system, utilize the experts within the system, look outside of our market for different solutions if they exist. There's a resource in just the State Sheriff's Office Association that you can utilize that has all the remaining seated sheriffs who manage jails that can be of assistance in how they manage these, especially when you look at like populations like Clackamas and Washington County, things like that. So it's really a big conversation, and I'm confident that no one will ever be happy around this conversation. But the best I can do is give you the why. And then we just have to be at odds at that point in time.
Thank you.
I think you already touched on number 11, Chris. Recruiting personnel is a challenge for law enforcement across the state and nation. What are your plans for recruitment of deputies in the sheriff's office? And I think you've already answered that question for me, but if you want to add to it, go right ahead.
I feel like I should add to it, but
Go ahead.
I think
You got the time.
I don't know.
You got 7 more minutes and only one more question after that.
Okay. No, I'll just reiterate. Recruitment is about pathways, and opening up those pathways, and really reaching into our community as well as outside of our community to other states. What often people don't know is that there are academies throughout different states in our country that you can actually pay to go and get certified as a police officer, unlike here where you have to be employed first. And a lot of those academies will actually let you on post to recruit straight out of their academies. And so we need to look at an opportunity of sending those out. I know that we went down to California before, we've done it down there, but I know that there's other states as well where we can start sending folks around to try and bring folks into our area for these jobs. This will be a very high priority for me.
Thank you.
All right, last question. What is ICS and NIMS, and how does it apply to the structure of search and rescue in the sheriff's office?
ICS is the Incident Command Structures, NIMS is the National Incident Management System. It applies to everything search and rescue. So your incident commander is at the top. Typically the incident commander for a search and rescue operation is the deputy that's in charge of the search and rescue team. This is the unique thing about ICS is that even as the sheriff, if you walk onto that scene, you're not necessarily the ICS. Maybe if you're the first one there, but you're going to delegate that off to the person who actually has the most knowledge. I'm actually this role currently within the district. This is the role that I hold when we have an emergency. I operate an emergency management system there, as well as our emergency management room, which for some odd reason I can't think of the name of it for right now. This structure works very well is because what it does is it creates command and control from all of your units and your divisions and creates organization. Because on a search and rescue mission, I'll recall the one very, very tragic case. Some may remember this, but a climber had fell on the face of Mount Jefferson in the middle of winter, and his wife was with him, and he was hanging. He was hanging in a hole. So pardon me. The incident commander for that was, at the time, Sergeant Shane Burnham. I believe he's a lieutenant now. And we listened and ran that scene as this man died with his wife there. And you coordinate and you collaborate across these systems, and there's a mountain rescue team. Good Lord. There's a mountain rescue team that comes out of Corvallis, and those folks, they climbed in the middle of the night to try and get in, which they normally wouldn't do because they hiked in the winter. And they brought his body down the following day by helicopter. Rescued her that night. Shoot.
Hey Chad, can you go find some
I'm
Kleenex?
good. Darn it.
It's okay.
The older I get, I swear.
Have you watched our board sessions the last 3 years? Because we've cried up here multiple
Swear to
times.
goodness,
It's totally
I'm
fine.
I'm embarrassed. I'm sorry.
You have to be embarrassed. It's a hard job.
So, Shane and I sat in the city of Detroit that night while all these teams were working, and he's running his piece, getting them all with ground troops and everything else hiking into the Jeff Park. That structure is pivotal for emergency management, and I know that you all saw it during the fires. I didn't know that one would bug me. So, with that being said, I completely lost my train of thought. What I can tell you is the system works. I'm very familiar with the system. I know how to operate at its highest levels. I also know that there is not one person, I don't care what rank you are, if the incident commander tells you to go grab water, you go grab water. Because it's for the betterment of others. Which is the ultimate about law enforcement, fire, medical. You serve others, you don't serve yourself. I'm done. I can't keep thinking about it. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chris. I just want to say, actually, thanks for your emotion. And I just want to take a moment and recognize the fact that we have 911 dispatchers every single day that listen to what you just described. And there's a significant amount of trauma in law enforcement, and they're a part of that. And this is just an example of what occurs when you listen to something unfolding. And we're all very familiar with that. So thanks for being real.
Thank you.
All right, well, those are all of our questions, and you still have a minute. Do you have anything else you want to share with us?
I do. I have an ending. I'm not going to use it. I was going to give you the reason why I want to be sheriff, but I think it's more important that the people listening, the crowd behind me who's come today, thank you so much. I want you to know who I am. I think it's important that leaders are known, not just as the sheriff, but as Chris Baldridge. So, why don't you just utilize my time for this, for you in the community watching to know me and truly see me. I'm the son of Erlene Maypother and George Baldridge and brother of 3 sisters. My mom comes from a family of poultry farmers and spent the vast majority of her life raising children and working in the grocery, golf, HVAC, and real estate business. My parents divorced when I was approximately 13 years old. My mom remarried to Jim Maypother, a man for who I have the utmost respect and love for. Despite all my efforts as a teenager to push him out of our house, he has endured and showed me what it means to love, provide for, and raise a family. My father, George Baldridge, is the son of a lumberman, and he worked in that industry until his death. My family is Cherokee Native. This lineage is a source of pride in our family, and our family name lives on the Cherokee roll since the late 1800s. Thanks to this heritage, I have had the opportunity to attend school and work on reservations as a younger man. Sadly, my father always drank heavily, thus leading to his death in 2009. My son is named for his grandfather, my dad, his great-grandfather, and his great-great-grandfather. His name is Colston. I'm married to my wife of 17 years, Tara, and I'm the father of 2 children. My wife is my compass. It's her birthday today.
Happy birthday, Tara.
And without her, I would not be who I am today. Our children are the best part of both of us, each unique in their characteristics with hearts of gold and passion to always help others. They don't see that yet, but I see it in them. Many things have shaped my life, in my life. I struggled with behavior as a teenager and a younger man. It was not uncommon for me to have police contact. I dropped out of high school in my junior year. I have lived well, and I have lived at times when I've had little to eat. I've worked in many industries, from restaurants, sawmills, commercial diving, law enforcement, and now K-12. Of these experiences as a younger man and experiences I have had into my adulthood, they have shaped me and act as a compass in my daily decisions. I bring all of this to everything I do every single day, and I'll bring it as Sheriff of Marion County. The one thing I wanted to say just to finish with is thank you to Mr. Chair, the Commissioners, Ms. Fritz, who I spelled your name incorrectly on the letters that I submitted to you. And I know how to spell your name. I want to thank to the audience. I know there's a watch party for me that's happening in several different locations currently. I want to thank all those and all the supporters that I have out in the community. I want to let the community know that you will get all of me. As Sheriff of Marion County, you will get all of me. I have to make some time for my family because I want to stay married. Like I said, 17 years, 18 in July, and I plan that to be forever. That's a commitment I made. But that's what I prayed about, is that, one, I can give you 100% of my time, 100% of my energy. I'll do that for the deputies. I'll do that for our leadership team. I'll do that for this county. I'll do this for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, Chad, if you could bring our next interviewee in.
Thank you.
Throw that box of Kleenex at me.
What's that?
No, I'm teasing.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
I would leave that there, Chad.
Yeah,
I would leave that there.
just, yeah.
Just in case. Thank you.
Yeah, leave it up there. Yeah, I have one in my pocket.
Welcome, Lieutenant.
Morning.
Thanks for being here. So you have 45 minutes. We have a series of questions here. On the sheet, it says you're going to start at 9:30. Obviously, it's 9:33. Don't worry. We're going to extend your time to make sure you have the full 45 minutes, but you are responsible for your own time in answering the questions. We have 12 of them, and we would like you to answer every single one. So I'm just going to jump right in if that's all right with you.
Say that again.
I'm going to jump right in if that's all right with you.
Sounds good.
Okay. So theft and property crime has been rising throughout the county and in our communities. Changes in state policy have made it more difficult to hold people accountable when they commit crimes. What actions would you take on the local level to address the increase in crime and improve public safety?
we're talking about property crimes, talking about thefts, nuisance crimes that are going on. I think to truly address these, when we look at limitations that may be now imposed against us, we've got to address where these crimes are happening, why they're happening, what's the source. And so we've got programs in place where we look at harm reduction, where we look at diversionary programs. And it's really trying to figure out most of these thefts, property crimes, nuisance crimes are occurring because there's some sort of fundamental piece behind that. You've got substance abuse, you've got substance addiction, other things like that, simple poverty. And so it gets back to almost the community policing. We get back to Peel and we look at those type of things. And so if we want to, I guess the easiest way to say it is before you can understand the solution, you've got to truly understand the problem. And so the property crimes that are occurring, yeah, they are the surface problem. And you've got to get below the surface and understand the people that are committing these and why are they committing these acts, because that is how we can address that problem at a different level with different programs other than enforcement or putting somebody into jail where they're going to come out of jail in the same place that they went in. And so are we truly treating the problem at that point? No, we're just perpetuating the problem and leaving it back on the street or putting it back on the street. So looking for the causal issues and programs in harm reduction, like I said, lead or diversionary programs are going to help us address those.
Thank you.
Nick, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Do you plan on running for the office whether or not you are appointed as the sheriff, and why or why not?
First answer is absolutely. So this, for me to come here before you today, I'm humbled to have this opportunity. I believe that I'm prepared to have this opportunity, but certainly humbled to be here. Part of my decision making was a lot of discussions, and a lot of discussions that go way beyond me. It goes to my family. It goes to my lifestyle, my choices. Where am I going to be in the next 5 years or 10 years? And so this was a difficult decision for me to make and say, I'm here, but not only am I here, I'm here 110%. And what 110% means is I fully understand that this is an appointment process that I believe I'm prepared for, and that's why I'm in front of you today. But this is not the end of the road. This is not the middle of the road. This is the beginning of a journey. And the next step in this journey is absolutely going to be the running for sheriff to represent this agency, no matter what happens. And so I come to you today with 110% commitment that this is something that I believe that I'm prepared for, and it's time for me to step up and put myself into this position or put myself out there for it. And so the simple answer, sir, is yes.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Nick.
Good morning.
What is your experience with employee accountability in the sheriff's office, and what systems do you use to ensure the outcome is fair and just?
Good question. So my experience with the employee accountability system is I've been a lieutenant now for 8 years. So I've been involved in several professional standards investigations, and professional standards investigations, again, is sort of the end of that employee accountability. I don't think we want to look at that as the beginning of employee accountability. The beginning of employee accountability is understanding clear expectations of where we can talk about policy, we can talk about procedures, but what are my views and what are my clear expectations? And I can use, so I've been the SWAT commander now for 7 years. What are my expectations for SWAT? And that starts with me explaining, clearly these are my expectations. These are what I expect you to follow, and then holding that standard. And that comes from peer accountability. That's one of the biggest things we must have, is that we have to have unity in what we're doing. We have to understand what that accountability means, and people have to be willing to be accountable for each other. I can't be the police that's running around always trying to be the one that's holding everybody accountable. I need help along the way, which means I've got to have my other sergeants. I've got to have, at the deputy level, if you're working within a team, you're accountable to your team. To keep things fair and just, we've got to look at what's happened before. We've got to be progressive and understand that the world is changing. And as the world changes, we have to be willing to change with the world and understand. But the fair and just portion comes from a meticulous process. And if we're going to talk about professional standards, then this has to be something that is not one, but it's a team. And it's an executive team that puts together and says, did you think about this? Did you think about that? Did we make sure that there was an incident before, that we forgot that this incident, or someone didn't bring up that this incident occurred, to ensure that we are covering all of those boundaries? And then fair and just at the end of the day is my ability to clearly articulate why we have arrived at a conclusion that we've arrived. And we have to be able to do that. We have to be able to explain the why. And the why then goes beyond that to where are we going after this? And where are we going to be after this? And are we in a place right now where we feel like we're on solid ground to be in a place in a year from now with this same situation? Or did we make a quick decision that is potentially going to open us up to liability later?
Thank you.
Okay, community corrections is a responsibility of the Board of the Commissioners that's shared between the Commissioners and the Sheriff by a joint agreement. What's your understanding of the Sheriff's role in overseeing community corrections, and what's your understanding of the role of the Board of Commissioners?
So the CCB, the Community Corrections Board, is that agreement that's signed by you all, and then it's also signed by the Sheriff. What that does is that creates a partnership and a collaboration into the management of community corrections. So, for instance, if there was a commander change in the Community Corrections Division, that allows you all to be part of and actually select who that next commander would be within the Community Corrections Division. And I think that brings you all then also into the management of what programs and fiscally, how are we investing and what are we getting out of those? So the Community Corrections Board, again, it's the ability for us to collaborate in running of the program. Obviously, the sheriff and the sheriff's office having community corrections underneath the sheriff's office auspice for us is great. It's not a community program. It is truly under the sheriff's office. So the sheriff has a responsibility to run that, but he also has the ability to have the collaboration of the Board of Commissioners to. And again, I think collaboration and communication is where everything is successful. It's bringing more minds into it, it's bringing more oversight into it, and allowing that to foster that way.
Thank you.
Well, I asked this the right way last time, I'll do it again. Besides me, who would you appoint to your leadership team and why?
Does that mean you're the new undersheriff, sir?
Kevin, help us.
You'll be in trouble if I'm the
I would be
undersheriff.
concerned.
I feel like we're gonna need a whiteboard. I'm gonna need you to write that down. We're just gonna cover that at the very beginning. Who you appoint to your leadership team and why? At this time when I come to you, I don't have anybody that I would immediately appoint to my leadership team. And what I mean by that is I believe the leadership team at the sheriff's office right now is strong. And the last thing that I would want to do coming in, the changing of a sheriff position is creating enough uncertainty. And the first thing that we need to do is create stability. And stability comes from those that are already doing the job and doing the job very well. And so my first thing would be to come into office and now talk to those folks. I mean, I know what they're doing in their divisions, but now what I want to know from them is who are the next folks? We've got to look at succession planning. Succession planning is not something that has been our strongest suit. And that succession planning has to start with, I need those commanders to start telling me who are the next lieutenants. And from the commanders and the next lieutenants, who are the next sergeants. And I think through those discussions, there's obviously going to be retirements. There's always the potential for attrition. Things are going to happen, but now you've involved yourself in succession planning conversations, which when I do get to the point that if the undersheriff decides that he wants to retire, and he wants to move on, that we've now had those conversations along the way. I just don't want them to be a focus coming in the door. I want stability to be the focus coming in the door. And then we will certainly get to those conversations of who is going to be the next ones to fill key roles in the executive team.
Thank you.
All right. Have you promised anything to county employees, communities, or others regarding what you would do if appointed as the next sheriff?
It's a very good question.
Thanks.
The answer is no. I've made no promises to anyone, whether it be from the employee level to a community to anyone else. And I kind of go back to the question I just answered. That's where I tell you that at this point, I don't know who would be the next members of the executive team, because although I have conversations with people about their futures and succession, there are no promises that anyone, those are processes that will have to take place.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about those processes? The processes you would go through? You said those are processes that would have to take place. Can you talk a little bit about the
Sure.
process?
So, as the sheriff, you've got a couple options. You, as the sheriff, can literally appoint, and you can appoint all the way down if that's what you choose to do. Or you can run processes, meaning that I'm looking for a lieutenant now because we have a vacancy in the enforcement division. And so I guess that's a vacancy I'm hoping that we end up having. And so if we had a vacancy in the enforcement division, now we have to look at what are the requirements for that lieutenant. So if you're going to be in the enforcement division, does that require you to have a police certification? Or can this be opened up to other divisions and involve operations, community corrections, potentially even the corrections or the jail? And so I guess so that's what I mean by processes as opposed to decisions and appointments. The undersheriff may simply be when Jeff Wood decides that he does want to retire. That may be more of an appointment as to who is that next person, conversations that are being had, and then we're going to appoint an undersheriff. When we talk about lieutenants and probably sergeants as well, those are processes. Those are not missing the fact of identifying those folks that would be good and working on succession planning, working on mentoring, working on teaching and bringing folks forward, but also giving folks then the opportunity to, here's the job, and if you believe that you are the right person for the job and you meet these requirements, then absolutely let's create a process to then more objectively look at who would be the best person to fill.
Thank you. The Board of Commissioners holds the statutory authority to allocate budgets, authorize personnel, and establish countywide policies for all departments. How will the Sheriff's Office be accountable to the Commissioners and the public in managing the department's $87.9 million budget, 377 employees, and ensuring compliance with county policies?
So if you look at this very unique position of sheriff, one of the most significant pieces of that is fiscal responsibility. And again, we're not a small county. We are a large county when it comes to the state of Oregon. And so that is not a small budget when you talk about $87.9 million. And especially when you look at the last few years and the support that we've received from the Commissioner of the Board's office, from the CAO, to continue to fund that budget so that we are able to continue to provide the services and progressively move forward and adjust. That accountability starts absolutely with the sheriff. That is a budget that you are being entrusted with, and it means, one, that you have to have a good team. You have to have a good executive team that is standing right next to you, that understands the same concepts when we talked earlier about expectations. Expectations of that fiscal responsibility have to go with the executive team. And so we're now doing a teamwork, so to speak, to manage it. And then as well, it's communication. And that accountability, fiscal responsibility, comes from communication with the board. Constant communication as to, we need this, But let's talk about how we could potentially do this within the parameters of the county budget. And is it something that we can do now, or is it something that we need to plan for the future? The fiscal responsibility is an everyday thing, but it is a 36, 48, 60 months, because we can't simply look at fiscal responsibility as, can I get through this year? Fiscal responsibility is, where am I at in the next 5 years? That's the fiscal responsibility with our contracts, with our programs, other things that are going on. And as we're seeing costs rise and potentially we're seeing revenues go down, how are we managing that? That is where that fiscal responsibility and accountability comes from. And the basis of that is in communication. It is in constant and clear communication and transparency, and everybody staying united. And united may not be the initial thing that we end up with when we have a discussion, because there are gonna be times that you all are gonna say, we don't need that. And I fully understand that, and it is my job, my fiscal responsibility to come to you and say, this is why we do, and explain and use whatever data analysis or other pieces to show you all, to, I don't wanna say convince, because convince is not the word I want, but to make sure that everybody, again, with that transparency, is on the same page about why we are doing this and why we are focused and why this is important, because that connection goes all the way down to our line staff. But I become the conduit for that.
Usually it's not, we never say we don't need that. We usually say we need this much stuff and we have this much money.
See?
That's usually how that works.
That was that cost going up and revenues going down, and this is our window here. Yes, we gotta work within the window, sir, within the window.
So Nick, the sheriff has a vast array of public safety duties, as well as responsibility for managing the large department. If appointed to the position, where would you initially focus your energies and why? And then what would be your longer term goals?
So my initial energies have to go inward. And my initial energies have to go inward because I come to you today. And I come to you today because I believe I'm the best person to lead. And when I say lead, I mean I believe I'm the best person that will be followed. But what I need to do to strengthen that from the very beginning is I need to be visible. And I need to be visible with my ears open and listening. And so this is getting to briefings, this is listening to my line staff, my sergeants, my lieutenants, my executive team, as to what are the immediate needs that we have inward, because inward we want unity. And we want everybody to understand, going back to the earlier question, clear expectations, and we want everybody to understand what our clear goals are, what our benchmarks are to get to those goals. So inward is where I would definitely start. The next place that I would turn then is outward. And when I say outward, as we talked about a few questions earlier, am I willing to run? Am I willing to make a campaign for sheriff? I can say that I believe that I'm the best person, but when you're talking about an elected official, I have to have constituents that believe that I'm the best person. I have to have voters that believe that I'm the best person. And so for me, that is something that will, I don't want to say it'll be a challenge for me in the sense. What I mean is I've been very internally devoted to the sheriff's office. And I've been internally devoted to the sheriff's office, sometimes at the sacrifice of being out in the community as much as I should be, or as much as I need to be. And in this position, I will have to make that a focus. I need to get out into the individual communities. I need to get out into the cities. I need to make contacts and more contacts with those community groups and have that community involvement, whether it be forums or simply neighborhood meetings or other things like that. I have to make a conscious effort and get out and do those things. So to answer your question, sir, I would start inward and look and make sure I have the stability and the unity within, but then I have got to spend my time getting outward and making those community connections, state connections, all of those things that are also the responsibility of the sheriff, not just what's inside the doors, but what is going on in the community, because we are responsible to those that we serve every day, especially as an elected official.
All right, speaking of elected officials, every elected official has their own idea of how their department should operate. Please address each division of the sheriff's office and describe the areas you would like to change if you were appointed.
Okay. I would equate this and I would go back to where you asked me as to who would I appoint. And when it comes to the sheriff's office and the individual divisions, so whether we're looking at community corrections, the jail, enforcement, or operations, I believe at this time, all four of those divisions are functioning quite well. I believe that we are doing good things for the community. I think we are doing good things within the sheriff's office. Are there overarching themes that I think that we can do better and that I would want to address? Communication. I believe that we can always be better at communication. And I say overarching because that's not an individual division piece. Like I said, there's nothing specific in an individual division that I look at you right now and say I would change. But I look at the greater good and the greater good of the sheriff's office, and how are those divisions communicating with each other? Do we truly understand in the jail what the enforcement division is trying to accomplish and how they're trying to accomplish, and what are the impacts? And a great example of that is Senate Bill 48. And Senate Bill 48 and the impact that that had on the jail when we look at Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, and who is now being lodged at the jail, but what does that mean for our enforcement folks that are out on the road and contacting somebody, and this gets back to your other question of your nuisance person, that potentially at this point we have exhausted everything else and we don't know what else to do with this person but to take them to jail. Can we do so? These are communication issues that have caused tension between divisions, but it's simply tension that can be averted if we have clear communication. I think beyond communication, as the sheriff of this agency, should I be appointed to this position, you have a responsibility, especially with the undersheriff, to continually monitor personnel, to continually monitor who are the members of our executive team, who are the lieutenants, who are the sergeants. And what I mean by that is sometimes we miss the seat on the bus and we're looking at one person, but if we're talking about succession planning, we've got to look at, if I have someone that has functioned in one siloed environment their entire career, how do we then pull them out of that, get them to another environment to work in, to broaden them in that succession, because I know this person has aspirations of wanting to be a lieutenant or move on further. And so I think we have a responsibility to our employees, and that constant monitoring of looking at the bus and where are people sitting and can we move them around, and then explain the why of where the benefit comes from you getting this additional experience. I come to you today, obviously, I have worked in the jail, I've worked in operations, and I've worked in enforcement. So I've worked in 3 of the 4 divisions. And that time that I've been able to spend in 3 out of the 4 divisions better prepares me to sit in front of you right now. If I came to you as a single division person, it would leave me some gaps that I believe that I have filled in those gaps, especially with my time working in operations. And so I think we have to do that. We've got to look at our folks in those divisions and are we putting them in the right place for success? Because that is important to us. Because if I'm not here tomorrow, I have no plans of not being here tomorrow, but if I'm not here tomorrow, who's going to step into my shoes and fill that hole? And we have to be constantly having that discussion. So I apologize if that doesn't get to a specific, I wouldn't change anything within the divisions, but I think there are overarching issues that we would continue to discuss.
Anything? You wouldn't change anything?
Not immediately, not immediately. That's that stability piece where we're already changing the sheriff. And so are there gonna be discussions with commanders? Are there gonna be discussions with lieutenants all the way down through line staff? Absolutely. Could that potentially lead to changes, yes, but I don't go into it with an agenda that I'm going to change anything. Because right now, all 4 of those divisions are functioning and are functioning well. And so there's no reason to make an immediate change.
Thank you.
Okay, jail capacity is an issue that comes up often in our communities. Budgets are tight, crime is increasing, and state policies continue to add adults in custody to our jail population without providing additional funding. What ideas do you have to increase capacity at the jail without raising taxes?
I think the question is twofold. And I know I'm gonna butcher this, and I think Paige is sitting behind me, and she's gonna get mad that I butcher this, but it's the Mosmer piece. Did I get the right-
Mossman?
Mosman.
Mossman.
It's all right.
It's
That's all right.
totally fine.
So-
It's the federal order we're all pissed at.
So,
I actually like that you mispronounced his name because he's making such a mess
Yeah.
for our county.
It's the new 6-letter word.
Yeah,
I feel like I've opened the whole thing now.
I mean, you may.
Sorry, it's your time, not ours. Keep going.
So, folks that are now coming back to the jail, that don't belong in the jail. So we have got to look at, and I know the community restoration team usually operates with 20, but now all of a sudden the community restoration team has got multiple people and more than truly can be managed. So the question of these folks coming into the jail, we've got to continue with our programs of how are we doing harm reduction and how are we doing diversion from the jail. Who needs to truly be in the jail? Capacity-wise, graciously, you all passed and gave us the ability to open GPOD. And unfortunately, right now, one of the biggest issues that we are going to face that is going to be forefront if I'm brought into this position is staffing. And how are we going to address staffing? And so we have tried several things internally, but now we have to look at external costs versus internal costs. And potentially we need to get somebody from the outside world. And what I mean by that is systemically, those that we are trying to hire these days are not who we tried to hire 10 years ago. They're not who we tried to hire 15 years ago. And frankly, some of us trying to make a connection with that community. And we always want to represent the sheriff's office with the community that we serve. That's what we want to do. But how do we connect with those folks? How do we use advertising or other things to our best advantage? We've got to address that staffing issue because that staffing issue allows us to open GPOD, which immediately allows us to have more bed capacity. And that's not raising taxes because you all already gave that to us. We just have to continue to fulfill that, to put the bodies there to get GPOD running so that we can actually use that for the greater good and to house those folks that need to be in the facility. But again, without losing sight of those folks that don't need to be in the facility that we can address with other programs, whether it be with diversion, whether it be with harm reduction, whether it be with services that we're providing in the community. One of the other significant populations that ends up being that jail, no jail population is our homeless population. And how are we gonna address that homeless population? We are doing some things well, but part of that homeless is understanding, again, now we're back to substance abuse, co-occurring disorders, mental health issues. And we've gotta get to the root of these problems and address the root of these problems. So we don't have any more space at the jail without building or adding on. The fiscal dollars have to come from somewhere if we're gonna build out GPOD, add HPOD. But that's not only the capital in the beginning, that's also what is the maintenance costs, the yearly costs that come with that. And so we would certainly have to potentially look at a levy or a bond or something else if we didn't want to necessarily just raise the taxes and those pieces. And so I think first and foremost, it's staffing. We've got to get GPOD open. We've got to be able to use that for housing. And once we can use that for housing, now we can have the next 5-year discussion and look at trends and look at our programs. And do we need more space than that? Because now we got to come back to your window and figure out how we can find more space within your window.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Hunter, you just hit on it. Number 11, recruiting personnel is a challenge for law enforcement across the state and the nation. What would be your plans for recruitment of deputies in the sheriff's office? Not only, you mentioned the jail, but just enforcement obviously is down. So
Oh, absolutely.
what would you do?
It is, if you want, it's a systemic problem in the sheriff's office right now. And we are not unique. It is for law enforcement everywhere. If you look at the national numbers of how many people were applying for law enforcement positions, when I started, you'd have 100 or more for 1 or 2 positions. And we just don't see that anymore. And part of it is we have to adapt and change. And I kind of brought it up a minute ago where we can put our own ideas forward. But if our own ideas are not working and are not getting us there, then where do we start looking at bringing in somebody that this is their specialty? They are a consultant. This is what they do. They do hiring and retention practices, because we can't simply, Commissioner, talk about hiring. We've also got to talk about retention. And when we talk about retention, this is where I want to start into the sheriff's office when I talked about turning inward. This is creating unity. This is creating clear expectations. This is making sure that we become one united team in what we are doing, because that is one of the first things that we can do to help ourselves when it comes to recruitment. If our folks are out recruiting and our folks are saying, this is where you want to work, this is a place where you want to be, this is a family environment that you want to work in, that is one of the biggest things that will help us, because our best recruiters are our own personnel. But we've got to give them support. We've got to continue to make sure that we are providing competitive wages, and we continue to do that. We look at the market analysis, but we've got to continue to be competitive in that. And then how are we messaging? Where are we connecting? Because like I said, our recruits are different now than they were 10 years ago. And we have to progressively figure out who that recruit is. And what that then goes to is the next level, which is training. And the way that we were training people 10 years ago may not be how we get to train people these days, because we have to figure out what is the strong suit, what is the weaknesses, and where are our current training programs failing to get us people that go from day one to full-time FTE. And we've got to be able to address those issues. So I believe it's a myriad. I have my background is in training, my background is in teaching. That is a big piece for me, which gets back to communication. But finding different ways than what we are currently doing is going to be an answer to recruitment, because what we are currently doing is not bringing those folks in.
So we found something you would change.
That's a fair statement, absolutely. Yes, I believe we can do recruitment better, and we have to.
Yeah. Thanks, Nick.
Sorry, just a follow-up.
Sure.
Nick, you've used the word progressive a couple different times, and I just want to clarify, it can have political connotations. Do you mean that in its political sense or in a different sense?
I simply mean progressive in the way that we are doing it yesterday may not be the way that we need to do it today. And we have to understand that the world is changing. And I'm not saying that we have to adapt to the world, but we have to be aware of what the world is doing. Expectations are changing. And so that is how I mean progressive.
Thank you.
If that hopefully answers your
It
question,
does.
sir.
Yep, thank you.
He's like, what's the definition of the political nature? Answer that later, but I'm glad you didn't answer it. Okay, Nick, last question. And you still have like 9 minutes or something, I think, right? 2 minutes after the
Yep.
quarter hour?
Yeah, you're scheduled for 11:15, but you actually have till 11:18.
10.
He means 10,
I
but,
was gonna
Sorry,
say,
10,
I'm good.
15.
I'm
An hour.
sorry,
10:18.
I'm sorry.
yeah. I mean, he's like, I'll talk all day. Actually, I know this to be true because I actually had like a 2-hour conversation with you the other day accidentally. So, last question on this list is, what is ICS and NEMS, and how does it apply to the structure of search and rescue in the sheriff's office?
Okay, so ICS is the Incident Command System. NIMS is the National Incident Management System. The easiest way to understand the ICS system, and it doesn't just apply to search and rescue. We use the ICS system in several instances. And the easiest way is to go back to my example of what seat are you sitting in on the bus. So normally, obviously, the sheriff is going to drive the bus. That's your bus driver. But when you talk about search and rescue, you're looking for your person that is going to run a search and rescue incident is your person that is the most qualified to run that incident, has the most training, has the most experience, has the most tacit knowledge to run that incident. And that may not be the sheriff. And so the sheriff may fill another role. The sheriff may simply be there to be, here's problems, here's a bunch of solutions, and I need you to choose a solution for us here. But the sheriff may not be that person that runs that. And so we've seen this multiple times. I can give you a great example of SWAT. I've been the SWAT commander for 7 years. When I arrive at a scene and when SWAT becomes part of a scene, I am the only one that dictates what tactics are going to be used and what SWAT will or won't do at a scene. That falls on my shoulders as part of an ICS structure. The sheriff can certainly come in and tell me that he no longer wants to have SWAT part of this incident, and I can take my team and I can leave with my team, or when we respond to other cities. But you can't come tell me what I'm going to do tactically and how I'm going to do that. That's my decision to make, and that decision falls on me. And so that becomes really important when it comes to decision making and that authority to make decisions. Those that sit at the top of your ICS, they have to be willing to make decisions. Now, for the best of their ability, we want them to make informed decisions. And so you do have logistics. You have your other pieces of ICS that helps us to keep a very good order of what is going on in that incident. Who is getting us raw materials? Who is getting us food? Who is currently search and rescue, out searching on the trails? Who is monitoring all of that through Sartopo or other programs where our folks are? This is what ICS is. ICS breaks down all of those positions, gives you a specific role within that position, and then you have a lane. And you stay within that lane, and everything funnels back up to that ICS leader, whoever is in charge of that ICS plan that day. Which again may not be the sheriff, because the sheriff may not be the most qualified. And that is part of being a sheriff, is that you have to trust in your folks. You have to have good folks that work for you, that you know you can push out at any point in time. And I use the example that comes from ICS and the way we worked the fires in 2020. And the night of the fire started on September 7th. I was the last person that came out of the county that night, or excuse me, out of the canyon that night. But I came out of the canyon because I was sent, partially by the sheriff, to go run the command post and gates, and everybody else left. And when I say everybody else, I mean all the fire folks left and said you shouldn't be in the county, up in the canyon anymore because it's on fire. But the sheriff's office stayed. And the sheriff's office continued to work diligently to try and ensure that we were getting every last person out of the county. But then that became that moment where the sheriff is making a decision and has to make a decision about whether we can stay or not stay. And he's not making that decision telling us we have to go, but he's doing that because he trusts in his own folks, which happened to be me, sitting in gates, telling him, I will be the last one. I will get our folks out when we have to go, because I'm communicating with another part of the ICS, which is the fire down there, and they're telling me what the fire looks like in Mill City. They're telling me what the fire looks like at the bottom of the canyon. And until they tell me that I have no other opportunity to get out if I don't go now, I'm not gonna pull those folks that are trying to get those people out. And the last person that we ended up pulling out, because I believe it was about 3:20 in the morning, was in Gates. We literally got a phone call at about 3:10, and we had to find space in the car because we had one more family that we needed to get out, and the only thing we could do was shove them into a car with us, and then we could move, and I was the last one. That's a great example of the ICS and the ICS at work, where You're putting the right people in the right places to make the right decisions at the right time, that you have trust in those folks. That's how the ICS system works. It relies on who, what, where, and how, and putting the right person in the right place.
Thank you.
Okay. Lieutenant Hunter, you have a few more minutes. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us? Those are all the questions we have for you. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us before we conclude?
I would conclude with where I started. I'm humbled to be here. I would not be here today if I didn't believe that I was the right person for this job. And what I mean that is, and I will tell you, I heard this yesterday and I thought it was a great way to describe it. It's preparation and time, and it's the crossing of those two. Meaning that I've been doing things my entire career to prepare me to be here. I've been in leadership roles. I've been in different divisions. I've learned about this agency. I'm one that focuses on teaching first and evaluating second. If you didn't teach, you can't evaluate. It's not fair. You got to teach first. And teaching, I don't want to use the term now again because I don't want to use it wrong, but progressively teaching so that we are continuing to understand that folks are changing and we have to change with those folks. So I believe that with the, and I don't want to call it the unfortunate retirement of Sheriff Cast, because he has done such a service to this community. He's done such a service to the county that I think the man deserves a break and he deserves to retire. So I don't want to call it the unfortunate, but it's created a time period for us now where we need an answer. And I come to you today humbly because I believe I'm that answer. I believe that I have prepared and the things that I have done put me into this position. Do I have all the answers? Absolutely not. Do I have all of the right expectations? Probably not, because this is a very unique, a very significant position. But I believe that I'm someone that can push us forward so that we maintain relevance, so that we maintain trust in our communities, so that we maintain that respect that this sheriff's office has been building over the years and truly is respected by the communities that we serve. And I believe I'm the person that can take us down the road to keep making us better. And even more so, I tell you I can lead because I believe they will follow me. And I believe they will follow me whether we are in the fires of 2020 or whether we are on a Wednesday afternoon and it's an incident on patrol or it's an incident in the jail, or we are simply trying to get some type of piece of equipment because we need it. I believe that I can explain the why. I believe that I can communicate, and I believe that they will follow me. And I believe that this is where I should be, and that's why I'm here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask him one quick question?
Yep.
Are you the lieutenant that hijacked the loader at the canyon during the fire that we've heard so much about in my 3 years
No,
here?
that's Deshaun.
That was Deshaun. When
That
you
was-
say borrow equipment, you know, from
I
our.
was
I know
gonna
who
say,
that thief was.
I was immediately gonna deflect. That was a sergeant that took it. Was I in charge of that command post at the time? Which means that vicariously, is that my responsibility? Yes, ma'am.
Good job. Thank you so much for doing it.
It was.
People's lives on the line.
It was a needed piece of equipment at the time, and yes. Now, when I left to go to Gates, I will tell you it was interesting as I'm driving down Highway 22, and I passed the loader with Andrew driving the loader. The world of law enforcement, man, it's different every day. But would I have ever expected to see one of my folks roll along in
Fully
the
suited
loader?
up?
Nope, that was a new thing. I didn't expect to see that one.
Well, thank you for making that decision.
Got to get those burning walls out of the road.
That's interesting because when Garrett told us we needed to leave, he first said we had to go east.
Yeah.
And then I'm downtown taking pictures of the fire coming over the town, and Garrett drives by and he says, "Hey, you can go west now because they got the trees out of the road." And that's the reason.
Yeah, Deshaun on his loader.
Yeah.
Obviously there was no time for a photo, but it would have been an epic one, I'm just saying.
It's not a photo anymore. It's images that are literally burned into our minds
was a bad night.
from that night. But Commissioner
Yeah.
Cameron is exactly right. I mean, and the question is a great one because oftentimes we've got to figure out how to solve a problem, and this gets into decision-making and other pieces, but it may not be what you think. And we've got to be able to figure out answers and solutions, and that is teamwork, that is communication, and that's employing good folks, which is what we do.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, have a good day.
Okay, we now are scheduled for a break, and we don't get as much of a break, but we still get 10 minutes, so
Oh, good, I just.
let's take
Back
that.
at 10:30?
Yep.
Right.
So we're not back yet, just a minute.
Oh, well, they're bringing him in, so
Now we're back. Here they come.
guess we're going. Are you ready? We're ready, okay.
All right, welcome. If you want to just shake everybody's hand.
I'm Chad. I know I'm Matt, but I'm Chad.
Hi. Nice to see you.
All right, thank you for being here, Chad.
Thank you for having me.
We have 12 questions, and you have 45 minutes, and the time is yours. So we're going to tell you when you run out of time, but other than that, you're responsible for it. We just do ask that you answer all 12 questions, and I'm just going to jump in if that's all right with you.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Theft and property crime has been rising throughout the county and in our communities. Changes in state policy have made it more difficult to hold people accountable when they commit crimes. What actions would you take on the local level to address the increase in crime and improve public safety?
With House Bill 48, it made it extremely tough to take people and hold people accountable in jail with some of the local property and theft crimes, not just in Marion County, but the entire state. With our current jail population, we have 415 beds, soon to be 460 or 470 with the additional 55 beds of GPOD. Taking people to jail is one part of holding people accountable for victimizing people in Marion County, committing theft and property crimes. So that's one piece of it, is getting people to jail. As the sheriff, working with the district attorney's office, working with our judges, working with the whole criminal justice program, holding people accountable from start to finish, making sure victims feel like they're getting their voices heard, as well as treating people the way they should be. That's kind of the end piece of it. The front end, obviously I'm a patrol deputy, so I'm out on the road every single day. So seeing the impact that people have, that we go to stabbings and murders and all sorts of crimes, and that's the most important crime to them at that point. However, there's a lot of victims that happen in Marion County that report their theft, and that is the biggest issue to them. And they feel like that should be the most important piece to the deputy when that's handling that level of service. So under my leadership, our deputies will know that making in-person or attempting to make in-person contact will be a big priority for me, and make sure that the victim feels like their needs are being met, as well as their case is being handled in a way that is to the extreme of trying to locate the suspect or suspects and holding them accountable.
Thank you.
Chad, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you.
You plan on running for the office, whether or not that you are appointed as a sheriff, and why? Or why not?
I do have a plan to run for sheriff if how the appointment process goes, in favor or not in favor of me. I've already taken some steps to start that process, including identifying a campaign manager company, starting my PAC, and that process as well. I plan, the purpose behind that is I believe that whoever is selected as appointed shouldn't just be here for a year and a half and then switch it over to somebody else. I feel like they should have a long-term plan to stabilize the community and the county, that they have the opportunity to not only continue the foundation that's already been built, but create their own culture. And if they're only doing it for 18 months, that's not enough time to kind of really instill the culture and the morale and kind of their policies and procedures that someone who would just be here for 18 months. So yes, I do plan on running for or running a campaign next year.
Thank you. Number 3, what is your experience with employee accountability in the sheriff's office, and what systems do you use to ensure the outcome is fair and just?
My position as the deputy, my employee accountability is peer-to-peer. I run on a squad where I'm a canine handler, and I have deputies that work with me on my squad. And I am more of a peer-to-peer mentor, and I'm more of a holding people accountable for when they're doing something that either I don't agree with, that I'm morally or ethically wrong, on a peer-to-peer level. I've had multiple cases where I've talked to deputies that are, exceeding the speed limit when they're running to calls, when they're using excessive force when maybe they didn't need to, or when they try to make an arrest when they shouldn't. I've been a I've been law enforcement for just over 11 years, so I'm kind of a senior guy on some of the teams that I'm working on that have only been law enforcement for 2 or 3 years. So holding people accountable, not only while working, but outside of work as well, is kind of my big piece that in the level that I'm at right now as a deputy, of making sure that people are being held accountable peer-to-peer wise. I have not had the opportunity to be in a management role, so I have not had that opportunity yet. I just started the process of becoming a union rep as well, so I start learning the process of internal affairs and the process of holding people accountable on a county level management wide.
Thank you.
Okay. Community corrections is a responsibility of the Board of Commissioners that's shared between the commissioners and the sheriff by a joint agreement. What is your understanding of the sheriff's role in overseeing community corrections, and what is your understanding of the role of the Board of Commissioners?
Well, the Board of Commissioners, community corrections is a big piece of Marion County. It's over $20 million of our budget that goes to there from state funds that we are granted with the opportunity to not only hold people accountable, but help people reintegrate with the community after they've been found guilty, go through the process, make sure that we're doing everything we can to help people reintegrate with the community. The Board of Commissioners has been amazing for integrating programs such as SOAR, Marion County Reentry Initiative, and I can't remember the name of the one for the GED program through the Transition Center. But a lot of programs that you guys bring forward, not only put it into our budget, but also file for grants and bring new ideas. The other piece of that is the budget is basically bring forward that money to the sheriff. The sheriff's office role in that is to not only make sure that the deputies are maintaining those daily contacts or weekly contacts, but they're also on the forefront of helping people maintain and get jobs. They're helping people stay clean. They're helping people regain relationships with their kids and make it to where recidivism is lowered because the people have a choice to commit a crime or not. And parole and probation or community corrections is a huge piece in that because of the daily contacts, because of some of the rules and laws that they have, as well as a lot of the programs that we have to help people find housing, to hold people accountable when they make mistakes. Those are things that are as an ongoing thing after post-prison or after being released from jail. So community corrections is a vital piece of the sheriff's office. As one of the divisions, it definitely needs more resources, but at the same time, they have the ability to impact lives on a daily basis.
Thank you.
Okay, Chad, besides me, who will you appoint to your leadership team and why? You don't have to appoint me.
Absolutely. No, it's definitely a good option.
Please don't appoint me.
As far as things that I know right now, so I'm a deputy right now with obviously Marion County. I have not had the opportunity to be privy to any of the previous investigations or contracts or any type of previous employment. Based on communication that I have with some previous sheriffs, undersheriffs, and current commanders, lieutenants, I've identified a few people that I would like to have in my executive team. I've actually asked a current commander and a lieutenant. Obviously, if Jeff Wood would like to stay as current undersheriff, I would be happy to have him. His knowledge, his expertise would be huge for my team. And hopefully he'll stay on for a little bit to allow me to get my feet wet and get going. Past that, I do have a process that I think in my mind that a current commander would fit that role as undersheriff. And I've asked him if he would be my undersheriff, and tentatively he accepted. At the same time, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of moving parts, there's communication with the board to make sure that that's the right direction that the sheriff's office needs to go, as well as identifying a lieutenant to then take that role once he retires. The executive team is all eligible to retire, or will be eligible to retire in the next 12 months. So that's also a lot of experience, a lot of great leadership to fill. And so I understand that. I don't plan on shaking up the leadership team. I don't plan on making abrupt changes. I plan on slowly integrating and learning as I go and earning the respect of everyone I have, as well as making sure I'm maintaining those relationships, but also putting people in position that will challenge me and that will make me better and that will allow me to grow as a leader at the sheriff's office, as well as that will work well in collaboration with not only the Board of Commissioners, but all divisions within the sheriff's office, all department heads within the county, as well as outside partnerships as well that are vital to the success of the sheriff's office in this county. I don't know if that answers your question or if you want me to directly name the people that I've talked to.
No, it's fine.
Actually, I'm kind of confused, so if you could just clarify, because I think you said three things. One, that you would like the current undersheriff to stay.
Yes.
But you've also identified and spoke with a commander and a lieutenant who would also be interested in being the undersheriff?
So, because people are eligible for retirement, so
Yeah.
Jeff Wood would stay in his position until he is wanting to leave. And then after that, commander then would take his position until he's eligible to retire, which is relatively quick as well. And then I've identified a lieutenant as well that I would like to be in that position that I feel is very smart and would challenge me as well. So it's kind of the succession plan over the next probably 3 to 5 years
Okay.
of who I think it'd be. But I'm also open to change and suggestions if needed.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, we're on number 6. Have you promised anything to county employees, communities, or others regarding what you would do if appointed as the next sheriff?
It's kind of a trick question. I have not promised anything as far as positions, as far as policies, as far as any direct action. What I promised is that I would be present, that I would be there for not only the community, but for the members of the sheriff's office, that I would fix some of the transparency issues within the sheriff's office, that I would make promotional processes more transparent, as well as I will start more social media campaigns, almost a podcast to where I can get my message out and get the message out of the sheriff's office, bring people in from the outside and from the inside. So things that I've promised to the employees and communities is more that I will be a leader of the sheriff's office. I will be but bringing back more of our acknowledgement ceremonies, our promotional ceremonies. I'll make it a promise to be there for swearing-ins, for pinning badges on new deputies. I think that's a huge milestone in anybody's career, and we haven't had that opportunity for a few years. So those are some of the promises that I've made as far as bringing some back to the foundational things that we've done, as well as a community advisory committee. I'd like to bring that back or I guess revive it. Those are the things that I've made promises to myself and to the people that I would serve.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. The Board of Commissioners holds the statutory authority to allocate budgets, authorize personnel, and establish countywide policy for all departments. How will the Sheriff's Office be accountable to the Commissioners and the public in managing the department's $87.9 million budget, 377 employees, and ensuring compliance with county policies?
The great thing about the Marion County Sheriff's Office is we have a lot of great employees that work for the Sheriff's Office that are subject matter experts. as far as budgeting, as far as personnel, as far as policies, procedures. So it's a team effort. Getting ready for budget cycle, it starts out at the lowest level to making sure that we are utilizing the dollars efficiently, and that the things that we need as the line staff are being met by the supervisors, which then works its way all the way ultimately to the sheriff. So understanding the budget of almost $88 million, every dollar is accounted for specific areas and projects, and it's different funding as well. So having the team that understands that as well, and the executive team that has the knowledge and expertise ultimately goes to the sheriff for approval. However, it's a team effort, and there are a lot of people within the sheriff's office who are amazing at their job and will continue doing that job in the team effort. But it's also working with other departments as well to make sure that we're working as a group, because the entire county will benefit as the sheriff's office will. The entire county can benefit from having a positive budget and making sure that we are maintaining, not siloed, I guess, as far as being, the sheriff's office, that we are all a team, because we work well with Health and Human Services, we work well with Finance, Board of Commissioners, we work with Public Works all the time. So making sure that we're all working together as a team as well, to making sure that happens. And obviously the Board of Commissioners is the money holder. They are, you guys are the people who approve or make changes to the budget. So having a collaboration and a positive relationship with all of you, and of course Jim Fritz, that makes it that much more easier to
More important over here.
Exactly. It makes it easier to come to you when we have a need or have a want, or come up with an idea as far as like lead, having lead brought to the table and saying, hey, this is grant funded right now, this is an option with Health and Human Services, and saying this is an idea that we can bring to the sheriff's office, make part of our general budget. And that's something that you guys and the DA and other partners brought to the table, and you guys were at the forefront of that to make that happen, which is amazing. So bringing new ideas and kind of being innovative with the budget, but also being responsible for $88 million of the entire $677 million to make sure we're getting the funds that we need to make sure that we're maintaining public safety, that we're maintaining a bunch of things for the county. Make sure, and the people that we have that work for us as part of our teams, making sure that we're in compliance with Oregon statutes for how we spend our money and the direction where the funds go, and making sure that we're properly using the funds based off of grant regulations and other funding requirements as well.
Thank you.
Good. Number 8, Marion County Sheriff Office has a vast array of public safety duties, as well as the responsibility for managing a very large department. If appointed to this position, where would you initially focus your energy and why? And what would be your long-range goals?
All 4 divisions within the sheriff's office are vital to the sheriff's office, and each one has a unique and very direct role within community policing or public safety within the county. We have a lot of great employees as well that work across Marion County that make Marion County, as far as public safety, community policing, as far as all the range of areas that we'd like to go with the sheriff's office. All 4 divisions are vital to that. However, one that I would pick is obviously going to be the jail. The jail that I believe is one of the biggest topics is finishing with G-Pod construction, which should be done or is done, hiring the necessary deputies to maintain G-Pod, but also we're down 47, I think, positions through the entire sheriff's office that's sworn and non-sworn. So recruiting competent employees that are coming to Marion County that want to work and that have moral and ethics and a positive culture to come into, I think it's going to be huge. That's going to be the step one, is identifying the recruitment piece of how do we get people to apply. I know in the last couple of processes we've had less than 30 people apply for certain positions and only 5 or less that actually get put forward through the entire process. So the recruitment's going to be one of the biggest pieces. of trying to, how do we change the direction where we're going with recruitment to recruit more people that are competent to apply. Holding people in jail, I met with a number of chiefs through this process, which is amazing that when I started knowing that I wanted to be sheriff and wanted to run for this process, I took the time and I met with a lot of sheriffs around local agencies as well as chief police that are in Marion County. And the common theme was we need to take people to jail. I also met with Hank Crapster as well, saying he was in prison and jail for many years. And he's saying that we need to hold people accountable and get people to jail, even if it's for a couple hours, a couple days, or whatever it can be. I know with Measure 48, I know with jail populations, I know with budgeting restraints, that is not 100% possible to say, yes, we're going to take everyone to jail. But that is the common theme across the board as far as holding people accountable, keeping the public safe, is getting people to jail. There's a lot of projects that go on with the jail as well. The work center I know is, I think they're only housing 40 or 50 people when they have the capability of housing 120. So I've had talks with other commanders about fulfilling nursing staff there to where then we can lock the doors and then do boarding, or thinking outside the box of trying to expand the current population in the jail. Not just saying, well, sorry, we can't take people to jail. With me being a deputy and also a citizen of Marion County, I expect public safety to be a priority. And so I would be the person that'll ask, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? And make sure that keeping people in jail that need to be in jail, as well as people who are mentally ill, having the resources for them while in our jail or at OSH, working with partnerships to make sure that the people that are in jail need to be in jail and people that can go to jail can go to jail. It's kind of broad. That would be my initial focus, but obviously recruitment across the board for the entire county, for the entire Marion County Sheriff's Office would be more of the focus, is to make sure we have competent employees that are coming into the Sheriff's Office. We're actually taking the time to train them well, that our coaches are doing amazing. But also there's an incentive for coaches, because a lot of our coaches are going recruit after recruit after recruit and getting burned out, and some of them are taking breaks or taking steps back from that. So making sure that we acknowledge that and make it an incentive for them to continue teaching the future of the Marion County Sheriff's Office, because obviously the change coming in the next couple of years, there's going to be a lot of change, a lot of new employees coming, going forward from there. Long-range goals for the jail specifically, obviously I'm an enforcement deputy. A lot of this is conversations, a lot of this is I've learned over the last couple weeks or couple months through the process. Expanding GPOD again, opening up, I know it's $1.9 million to expand GPOD another 55 beds. I know a couple years ago, through our previous administration, there was a talk about opening up a potential housing near where the new evidence building was going to go. Put some modular buildings there and opening up maybe 24 beds for some type of temporary housing for not only drug treatment, but a different option for people to not go to Marion County Jail, that they go to the housing unit that's outside of there. I would be open to that as well. I'd be open to suggestions and working. It's kind of why I think I would be a good candidate for sheriff, is because it's not always going to be my way. It's going to be a team effort, and I will be open ears and listening and have the opportunity to listen to what my team is saying and people that have experience, people that have been around, as well as mentorship from other sheriffs that are in the area. The benefit of being a sheriff is I'll have 35 other sheriffs that will give me input on how they're running their jail and what things are working, what things are not working, and what programs are working for them. As well as I know all of you guys really care about public safety and putting that at the forefront of being on the same goal. I think it's going to be huge for the jail.
Thank you. Question number 9. Every elected official has their own idea of how their department should operate. Please address each division of the sheriff's office and describe the areas you would like to change if you were appointed.
Let's talk a lot about the jail, so I'll talk about the different one first. Each division, like I said, is vitally important with the sheriff's office. Each has a unique role in the criminal justice or role in the county. So operations, which includes civil, includes our gun permits, includes our alarm permitting, includes a large number of budgeting, HR, the foundations of how we function every single day. without operations, our sheriff's office does not function. It's as simple as a controller or people who hand out our uniforms. If we don't have our uniforms, we don't have equipment, we don't have guns, we can't do our job. Same thing, so operations is a key piece of that. Obviously, I have not worked in operations. I go down there to get my stuff, and so my knowledge and experience with operations is from an outside view, as well as I have had the opportunity to talk with some of our budget analysis, talk with some of our training coordinators, and then our chief civil deputy as well. Understanding the role is obviously civil is a vital piece of the sheriff's office that you shall by ORS do. So continuing that, making sure that they feel like they're an equal partner within the entire community, entire sheriff's office. That's one of the challenges that I will have, is because I'm coming from enforcement. I've always been either a city cop or enforcement based. So how am I going to make every division feel like they're equal within the sheriff's office is a challenge that I will have, but a challenge that I will take on and make sure that I'm doing it for the 10,000 foot view instead of this is how I'm going to fix enforcement. Those are some of the concerns about me being just a deputy going forward, is that I'm coming into it as I don't deserve this position, that I will earn it, and I will treat everyone through the entire divisions, all 4 divisions, equally, and then I'll make sure that I'm maintaining myself and also my team feels like they're getting equal shares of that. So that's operations. Community corrections is equally important. They are a vast knowledge of information that's coming from people that are on the streets. They are people that are helping people reintegrate with the community, reducing recidivism. They are the ones that are there to help people graduate from school. They're the ones that are helping people get degrees or get jobs. A lot of our PMP go unrecognized. The fact that they get invited to weddings and they get invited to graduation parties because that was a vital piece of people's lives after being incarcerated. Community corrections plays that role. As far as changes to community corrections, some of our grants that are 2-year grants or 10-year grants, I would make sure that we're identifying a grant writer to make sure that those are sustaining and that those are continuing. The programs that we have that we are a part of, that make sure that we are still going to be a part of those, allowing our supervisors and our deputies to not be more aggressive on sanctions, but have that authority to utilize their tools to make sure that people are being held accountable if they're violating any of the rules for probation. Also with community corrections, they're an asset for our SWAT team, for our TNT, our tactical negotiations team. They also provide overtime for the hospitals and transports. So encouraging parole and probation to continue doing that, as well as branch out and go to more community meetings, because the PMP is not just the Marion County area, it's also inside the city. So it's inside the city of Salem and Kaiser and Silverton, everywhere around Marion County. So making sure that they feel, or they will have the opportunity to go to the community meetings, going to school board meetings, and seeing how they can impact as community corrections. Just getting more involved in the community is what I'm trying to say for my plan for them. Obviously, enforcement is kind of be my bread and butter. That's where I come from. There are a lot of changes that could happen in enforcement. I went through a recent promotion process for the enforcement division, and I pooled most of the deputies that are in the enforcement division, saying, if you were sheriff for a day, what would you change? And I came up, I think it was 70, close to 70 plus changes that could happen. Some of them were bargaining as far as, more money or more, stuff like that. Some of it was simple as technology for our detectives, as far as having, unmarked cars, or having license plate readers, or having technology packages, having in-person training that's not, it's more intuitive for how we need to operate today. I'm actually doing in-service on Friday. I'm looking forward to it because we have crash reconstruction and investigations, as well as we have some vehicle close quarter combat, as we call it, so tactics and techniques of actually being able to physically do it. that opportunity has kind of gone down because of staffing, because of the training philosophies that we have. We switched to more of a web-based training, so I'd like to, as a whole department across all 4 divisions, encourage more in-person training and opportunity to actually have that hands-on training and encourage people to go to training. With enforcement as well, there's a large number of us that we show up to work and there's 20, 30 calls on the board, and we already feel overwhelmed because you come in, there's 6 of us working, and that's a huge issue. So having alleviate some of that stuff, I'd like to look into a CSO or a community service officer position, which will alleviate some of those non-criminal or issues that would have a deputy tied up for half hour, hour and a half, where a CSO who is a non-sworn employee can go to that call and sit on the tow crash or the crash, or sit on the waiting for the tow. Having that opportunity to have CSOs would alleviate some of the burden for patrol. Encouraging patrol to get out of the car and go talk to people. Me as a deputy, I make sure that I get out and I see kids playing basketball, I'll go shoot hoops with kids playing basketball. One time I saw a little girl selling Girl Scout cookies, and of course, I'll go eat some Girl Scout cookies. So I bought some Girl Scout cookies from her.
Appreciate your sacrifice.
Exactly what it is. Things like that. Like I've tried to make it to community meetings as well. There's only so much I can do. As a canine handler, I'm trying to integrate as much as I can. A big push as far as meeting with the chiefs all around Marion County is that there are certain areas, certain cities within our jurisdiction that don't have 24-hour coverage. So making sure that we're maintaining those relationships with the chiefs, as well as the community members in those areas as well, because we do provide police services after 2 a.m. between 2 and 8 for some of the cities, as well as our North County. I would make sure that we have a French Prairie deputy. I would make sure that we have deputies that are assigned to the north, because I feel like they are underutilized. I feel like the deputies, unfortunately, get sucked into Lancaster and the ESSD because of the call volume, the amount of calls there, and that steals resources from North County, from South County, from East County, due to the simple call volume. But a lot of that could be alleviated as well as we actually utilize the online reporting, if we had a telephone reporting officer, other ideas that many deputies, supervisors, and people have thought of. This is not just me coming up with these ideas, this is a collaboration of my peers. So those are some of the things that I would look into. Obviously, I can't say right now, this is exactly what I'm gonna do, because I don't have the knowledge or the expertise as far as how we're gonna fund it, how we're gonna budget it. But that's when I work with all of you and come up with great ideas to be innovative and make changes to the enforcement division, because that's what people see all the time. People call 911, they talk to our dispatchers, and then they see enforcement first. And then that starts the whole process. So making sure that they're happy and they show up in a timely manner. So that'd be the enforcement division. Obviously, there's more to it, 'cause that's where I'm from. But and then the jail, I've spoken with a couple of jail deputies as well, as far as things that we can implement across the board. Succession planning within the sheriff's office, as far as going from deputy to sergeant to lieutenant. As of right now, there's an AIC program. I'd like to expand on that and have almost a corporal or a lead deputy position. That would incentivize people, but also allow them to get into training for leadership and expand on their knowledge and base for leadership. So I'd like to expand on that. So succession planning. The other piece is not just for the jail, but more for the entire sheriff's office, transparency within promotional processes. I went through one recently and I was shared with what the peer-to-peer comments were. However, I was not shared with my scores or the management review as far as why I did not get it over another deputy. So transparency is trying to explain to people, here are some of the areas weaknesses, and here's how we're going to help you get to where you need to be. Here's some training opportunities for you. Those are things that I'd like to implement and to push forward for our deputies. Simple things too is technology is another thing within the jail. Having resources for the jail to be able to perform their daily duties. Conversation I had with some of the jail is the staffing as well. Being the only person in one of the pods and having communications go down or having the door locks not work properly. Those are very very scary moments for the deputies that are working in the jail. So ensuring that the door lock transition is going smoothly, making sure that the money is available for those upgrades as needed, and have a plan for when we have to swap out locks next time, or the radio communications that just got replaced. Making sure that going forward we have a continual upgrade process and stay on top of that process while working with the commander of the jail. Those are things that I would do, and make sure that at the end of the day, be more present and be aware, or be available to listen, be open to ideas, not just from my executive team, but have the opportunities to go work in intake for a little bit. And I would go work in intake for a little bit. I will go do home visits with PNP. I will go shag calls with patrol. I will go down and help do civil paperwork and watch the gun permit process, how to get a concealed handgun license. I will do all those things to make sure that I'm learning it, but I'm also seeing it firsthand of what's working, what's not working, and have that opportunity to see firsthand the issues. The other piece of it is the community advisory committee that I'd like to not reestablish because it's still there, but revamp and make sure that people from all over Marion County, from North County, from East County, from ESSD are all being heard and seeing what their issues are on a public aspect, and making sure the sheriff's office is adhering to that, because obviously we work for the public. So that was one of my big stretch for the department as a whole. Sorry, that took a little longer.
Thank
It's
you.
okay, it's your time. You do have 3 more questions,
Okay.
and you have 10 minutes, so just keep that in mind. This next one, you might have already answered, and if so, you don't have to repeat what you said. Jail capacity is an issue that comes up often in our communities. Budgets are tight, crime is increasing, and state policies continue to add adults in custody to our jail population without providing additional funding. What ideas do you have to increase capacity at the jail without raising taxes?
So I addressed the majority of that. Some ideas obviously will be working with our partnerships to get people out of our jail into the work center. Obviously, we utilize about half of our work center due to staffing, due to medical staff that has to be there, and the doors are not locked. So exploring that idea of how we can lock the doors, how we can staff that, utilizing the budget that we have now. Those are some of the ideas that I'd have as far as immediately opening up beds or getting people out of the jail that don't need to be in the jail, as well as here in 20 days or so, we're going to find out how the Mossman order is going to work, if people can go back from the jail back to OSH, or we don't have to take people who are mentally ill that need those resources into the jail. So utilizing the partnerships that we have with outside agencies that we can divert people from the jail that don't need to be in jail. Obviously, I checked last night, we have 414 people currently in Marion County Jail. So that means we have 1 bed available. Obviously, if someone comes in on, say, a property crime, we may potentially have to kick out a sex offender or someone who's awaiting trial. Another thing that I can do that doesn't affect the budget is work with our DAs, work with our judicial system to make sure that the people who have been sitting in our jail for months or years, to help them and see what needs they have to get their case seen faster and get them going as far as moving them on to a prison or a different corrections facility, or potentially see where we can fit them in the community. Obviously, holding people accountable is a priority for me, but at the end of the day, make sure that we're doing it in a budget-friendly manner according to legislation and what the public needs.
Thank you.
The add-on for everything else I've said.
Yeah. Chad, so I think you talked about this already, but recruiting personnel is a challenge for law enforcement across the state and the nation. What would be your plans for recruitment of deputies into the sheriff's office?
Perfect. So new times, millennials, a bunch of people coming into the workforce. There's not a lot of people applying. We have to sell them the position. We have to explore opportunities for people to see the job that we do, not just say, hey, join law enforcement. People are like, well, law enforcement, I don't want to do law enforcement now because the way we're treated, the way the public perceived of us. Here in Marion County, we are treated very well by the public. There's a lot of public support here. There's a lot of things that the sheriff's office does on a daily basis that is amazing that the public doesn't see. There's a lot of great people that work here as well that aren't utilized in certain ways that they should. So recruitment on me is pretty simple, having great social media, having events that we can go out to colleges, having partnerships with other local agencies. Things that I've done is I've gone to a couple local events, so CTEC, the Career Technical Education program at Salem Kaiser School District. I went there and went through the process of mock interviews. Those kids are 17, 18, but those kids are going to be workforce in a couple of years. So building relationships with the schools like that, as well as college campuses. About a week ago, I also had the opportunity to go to Amazon. Amazon kind of does a unique thing where they have all their employees and they see Amazon as a stepping stone for bigger and greater things. So I ended up setting up our recruitment team to go to Amazon and set up a booth and integrate or communicate with the employees of Amazon as a potential to come over to the sheriff's office. So doing more events like that and being more public about it, I believe one of the coolest things that I was at a movie theater probably 12 years ago, and one of the previews came up as far as, go to MCSO or gomcso.com, and we had a very cool video that showed our canine unit, showed our boating unit, showed our posse, showed our civil department, deputies doing traffic stops, showing the real life of what a deputy actually does in the jails, in PNP, and it was all like a 3-minute video. Something like that, that'd be a priority for me. Having an actual recruitment website like gomcso.com was, having somewhere that's easy for people to go to and identify the position that fits their needs best, as well as working with our HR of having a streamlined position or streamlined process for recruits, because you tell somebody to recruit, like it takes 6 months to 12 months to get hired from the day you apply to the day you get sworn in. If we can narrow that down and work that down to a month or 2 months, might have an opportunity there as well. A couple other recruitment pieces for us is going to be some policy tweaks, some morale, and having our deputies are the greatest asset to hire people. If your deputies are out there telling people, hey, come work for Marion County, that's your greatest asset. So making sure the retention piece and that your current deputies are happy and taking care of them across the board, that they will be your biggest asset to then recruit other people. Those are some of the issues. It's not just Marion County either. All across the U.S. is people applying for law enforcement is low. So trying to sell the people that, hey, we're not just cops and go out there and just get abused all the time. We are making a difference in the day-to-day operations. We are making a difference in people's lives every single day. If it's in the jail, community corrections, or on the road. The recruiting piece is going to be huge for me, because it's not only recruiting, but it's retention of our employees. There's a couple other things too that I would like to do as a sheriff is be more transparent. So having Snohomish County, Washington, and Thurston County, Washington, both of those sheriffs do a podcast or do like a weekly update. So having that opportunity, I'd like to utilize that as well. Like I said, I'm not reinventing the wheel on a lot of things that I have going on, but I'd like to utilize what other people have been successful at and bring that to Marion County. So I would like to do that myself and take on that role as either having a podcast or some type of video update, not only for the public, but for our sheriff's office as well. Usually in the past, it's been an email comes out and it's 12 paragraphs or 10 paragraphs. And most deputies read the first couple paragraphs and they forget about it. But if they watch a video or have some type of interaction, they might actually buy into it a little bit more. So being more adapting to today's technology and adapting to today's social media would be some of the biggest recruitment pieces as well as being more transparent with what we're doing and how we're doing it. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, your last question. What is ICS and NIMS, and how does it apply to the structure of search and rescue in the sheriff's office?
Both of those for the process. If a search and rescue call comes out, a natural disaster comes out, a fire happens, an ice storm happens, there is a process that's on a state level that happens, and there's a process on the county level. So looking at the state level, we have resources as far as organ management, organ emergency management, running through them as far as if it's an organ-based management. We've had, I think, 4 crises in the last couple of years that we utilized not only organ emergency management, but Marion County emergency management. The foundation of that is, here's a process, here's a manual, a large manual of what to do and how to set up incident command, how to set up budgeting, how to set up the roles of which agency and who is not just the boss, but who's the committee that will oversee everything, and then trickle down to the most basic as far as who's going to go get coffee and donuts in the morning. That's the small scale stuff. For Marion County Emergency Management, it's a partnership, it's a collaboration between a lot of departments through the county. As far as it's not just the sheriff's office, it's going to be at the table, it's going to be Health and Human Services, it's going to be Public Works, it's going to be Finance, it's going to be the Board of Commissioners. The cool part about that is when the fire or the ice storm happens, we all come together as one big team. We're not siloed. We're a team effort to make sure that we're tackling whatever the incident may be or whatever the system may be, and we're collaborating between everybody, pooling resources, and having the opportunity to enact that on a county or a statewide level. So those are some of the issues. Search and rescue is also a mandatory ORS for the sheriff's office. Our search and rescue team are amazing, where we had, I bring up an example on Turner Road, we had a lost child, so we called out search and rescue, and they came out with some of their, I call them mutts, but they're little dogs, searching dogs, where my dog is a person finder and fighter. Their dog came out and was able to find the little girl hiding up underneath the deck. So just having those tools and resources for the city of Salem, for everybody, because they take primary on any lost person or missing person in the entire county. So having search and rescue, having the support for search and rescue, having the grants that we have for search and rescue is vital to the sheriff's office. Plus, it's mandatory. But it's not just mandatory, that they're an asset, they're a partner within our community. So that's search and rescue.
Great,
Thank
thank you. So those are all the questions. Yeah,
Mr. Chair, who are gonna get the coffee and donuts in the morning? I mean, that's a commissioner's
You.
job.
Yes.
But I remember the ICS for the fires, I took them In-N-Out burgers.
See, that's even
Yeah,
better.
that was
Now you got
like
Chick-fil-A
much
as well
better
to.
than coffee and
you're
donuts.
gonna get a raise.
I'd like to finish with one thing. It's not a
Please.
question. It's not anything. I'm here as a deputy. I'm putting myself out here to lead this sheriff's office. I am here because I don't believe I deserve this. I don't believe that this is a big decision for you to potentially appoint me as a deputy. But my mentality, my personality, everything that I've done, the reason why I tick, I have 2 sons and a wife, those are the reasons why I motivate myself to do this. I'm a very people person. I am here for not only the members of the sheriff's office, but I care about my community. I've lived in Marion County my entire life. I will come into this position that I know that I do not deserve it, but I will earn it every single day, and that hopefully one day I'll make you guys proud as far as where I'm at or where I was and where I'm at, if it's in 18 months or if it's in 12 years, 15 years from now. I obviously have a long time left in my career as well. I made a loyalty and commitment to Marion County, so no matter how this shakes out, I will be a Marion County employee for the rest of my career. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it all.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Chad.
Chad.
It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
You look a little odd without your dog, I'm just saying.
I know, me too.
Thanks for stepping up.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Was there any questions? Sorry, I didn't.
We're out of time, so we're gonna have to just keep going.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, Chad, you're gonna invite our next person in? And make sure I get this right. Welcome, Chris. So we had you scheduled a little bit earlier, but the last interview went long, so we're going to give you your time at the end. So you have 45 minutes. You don't have to worry about the schedule. We're going to end this at 12:05, and we're just going to have a little bit of a shorter lunch. So
Okay, sounds
that's
good.
how that's going to go. We have 12 questions, and we'd like you to answer all of them if you could.
Sure.
Does that sound all right? Okay.
Sounds good.
I'm just going to jump in, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
So theft and property crime has been rising throughout the county and in our communities. Changes in state policy have made it more difficult to hold people accountable when they commit crimes. What actions would you take on the local level to address the increase in crime and improve public safety?
Okay. So, yeah. As you all can imagine, as you know, there's a couple other candidates that are here with me this morning that were line level deputies. So we get to see the direct results and effects of those kind of policy changes every day in what we do. And it's definitely a problem. So I see the problem as kind of a couple areas that could be improved. And some of it would have to be addressed at the legislative level and trying to talk to legislators and advocate for maybe changes in some of those policies, because obviously when the legislatures put forth a package and people vote on it, and we have to comply with the rules that they put forth. But there has to be a higher level of accountability for the persons who commit those crimes. Right now, we see it every day out on the streets of Salem and in the county, that when it doesn't make a person feel like they have to be accountable, if there are people that we deal with all the time, if we are showing up on a scene and we're finding that they did commit a crime, they might even admit to it, or that we have probable cause to make an arrest, and these people are getting a 2-foot long piece of paper with a court date on it, and then we leave. And that doesn't show a measure of accountability to people that are of the mindset that they're going to commit crime. They just think their mentality is maybe one more of, okay, I got away with it, because what's going to happen the next time that I do this? An officer's going to show up, I'm going to get a 2-foot long piece of paper that says that I committed a crime and has a court date on it, and I'm not going to show up to that court date. And so there has to be more accountability, and I think there are certain things that have been done from the legislative level that we need to kind of seek redress from that, and that we need to advocate for public safety and say, look, you guys have kind of tied our hands with some of these things, and we need to get back to a place where we can have more accountability for those items.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just follow up, how, if I may, Mr.
Please,
Chair,
yeah.
on your question. So you said to advocate. Explain that.
So going to legislative sessions where they're discussing policy changes, proposals on different crimes, different level of crimes, where we would be mandatory arrests or not mandatory arrests, what we would take people to jail for, what we wouldn't take people to jail for, and kind of advocate for that level of accountability, because it may be a lower level of crime that in the legislative session they agree, okay, well, these aren't, maybe the viewpoint is that these aren't as big ticket of items, so maybe we don't have to house people in the jail and have that level of accountability, and we can issue them a citation. But what they're not seeing is the effects out on the street level, which is those kind of lower level crimes that there's not as much accountability for end up parlaying into higher level of crimes because there wasn't any accountability from the get-go. And there's some community outreach programs that kind of help with that. When we have nonviolent crimes, we have the LEAD program at the Marion County Sheriff's Office that's good about jumping in and trying to do something to divert that kind of criminal aspect and help people with resources and get them on a different track. So that's great. We need more of that community type level involvement, but we also need to address it from a legislative standpoint, because I think that's really what's
right.
binding our hands.
That's good, thank you.
Yeah.
So Chris, whether or not you're appointed to this position, do you plan on running for office whether or not you're appointed as a sheriff? Why or why not?
I do. So I've spoken with a few of you at different events, but I'm sure we don't know each other on a personal level or anything like that. But one thing about me is I I'm not a person that can sit by and complain about a problem if I'm not willing to do something about it myself. I see that there's, multiple different problems, not only in the community, but within the office itself, that I feel like can be addressed, and a different leadership approach can be taken, and different ideas can come to fruition and come to bear on those particular problems. And I can't just sit idly by and complain about it without being able myself to say, you know what, I'm willing to do something about it. From the line level as a deputy, we have a voice, but it's not heard as well as it can be from higher levels of authority within an organization.
Thank you.
All right, question number 3. What is your experience with employee accountability in the sheriff's office, and what systems do you use to ensure the outcome is fair and just?
So my experience with employee accountability in the sheriff's office is, from a line level, I'm not really, my current employment from the line level employee standpoint is, I'm not really involved in the day-to-day aspects of enforcement mechanisms from the office to employees, because I'm at a lower level, I'm not at a supervisory level. But within our own ranks, with my brothers and sisters that I work shoulder to shoulder with every day, we have to hold ourselves accountable into a higher standard when we take action in the community. We're supposed to be the standard bearers for the performance and for what we expect out of our citizenry. We should be providing that example. And so when we get into situations where accountability should be taken by lower level employees as to how they interact with the public and how we perform our duties, that's how I can affect in my current position. I would say that would be how my experience and my interactions with my fellow employees can help hold that accountability standard, just by doing what we say, practicing what we preach, and holding everybody to that higher standard of what we want the public to strive for as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Community corrections is a responsibility of the Board of Commissioners that's shared between the commissioners and the sheriff by a joint agreement. What is your understanding of the sheriff's role in overseeing community corrections, and what is your understanding of the role of the Board of Commissioners?
So, admittedly, I'm not as up to speed as what exactly the Board of Commissioners' role is in that particular aspect. As far as from the position of sheriffs, I know that it is the responsibility of the sheriff to maintain a jail, and it is the responsibility of the sheriff to maintain civil service and court security. So in that aspect of maintaining a jail and making sure that offenders are housed properly, that the corrections facilities meet all of the standards that they should for adults in custody care, and making sure that we're trying to maintain those facilities and maintain the capacity of those facilities so that we can facilitate the job of the sheriff's office from an enforcement and a corrections level.
Thank you.
All right, Chris, this is a tough one. Besides me, who will you appoint to your leadership team and why?
Oh, you took the easiest one right out the hat. Okay. So who would I appoint to my leadership team and why? So obviously when you're setting up leadership, if you're at the primary position of that leadership role, you want people on your team that have the same mindset and have the same drive that you do, and the same ambition that you do to go forth with the problems as you see them and try to bring solutions to bear. Obviously, there would have to be some vetting done in that arena. There's current people at the sheriff's office that are in all kinds of leadership positions that probably should stay in those leadership positions, and there's some others that maybe I don't share the same vision with, that I would maybe talk about it from the point of sit down with those people and say, look, this is where I see things going, this is what my plan is. are you on board with that? Are you not on board with that? And then go from there and see how those decisions can be best made to serve the community.
Do you have anybody currently in mind?
For what position would you be referring to?
You tell me.
I could say that just from a starting perspective, I would probably pick Lieutenant Hunter as my undersheriff. So
Okay.
that would be a good start.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, number 6. Have you promised anything to county employees, communities, or others regarding what you would do if appointed as the next sheriff?
No. You know, from a line level, that's a steep hill to climb. You have to, I'm out there, you know, doing enforcement every day, and, you know, it's, you know, you're looking up at the top of the hill. So, do I have a kind of a vision and a plan of what I foresee as what would be priorities that I would like to attack? Absolutely. But no promises made to anyone. Decisions have to be made at a more thoughtful level than that, than just, you know, doing the politician routine where you know, kiss babies and shake hands and say, I'll do this for you if you elect me. It can't be like that. Things have to be a little more thoughtful.
Can you
appreciate that.
elaborate on your vision that you have in mind?
So, sure, there's a few things that I see as priority for the sheriff's office. I would say number one, first and foremost, would be personnel acquisition. As I'm sure you all well know, we are having a hard time as a law enforcement community attracting quality applicants and maintaining and retaining them. It's tough all over. Everybody's got these problems. I feel like as an office, there could be lots of things that we could do differently than we're doing now, kind of different ways to look at it, different things that we could, different steps we could take and approaches that we could make to kind of getting the Marion County Sheriff's Office to be more attractive to the field of candidates that we want to attract that are out there looking for law enforcement jobs, because let's face it, they can kind of go anywhere right now. If they're a good candidate, they have a solid background, maybe they have law enforcement experience or they don't, but everywhere's hiring. Everyone's in a hiring crunch from the law enforcement perspective. So how do we make Marion County a destination where they want to come and they want to work there? How do we promote that? How do we go out and seek out those applicants? And I think that there's some ground that can be made up in that arena.
Thanks.
Okay. The Board of Commissioners holds the statutory authority to allocate budgets, authorize personnel, and establish countywide policies for all departments. How will the Sheriff's Office be accountable to the Commissioners and the public in managing the department's $87.9 million budget, 377 employees, and ensuring compliance with county policies?
Okay. Now, obviously, that's a lot of money and a lot of employees to be entrusted with from the public aspect. There has to be, you know, good leadership means integrity in the things that you do. It means transparency in all the things you do, and it means accountability in all the things that you do. And I just feel like, you know, it's very easy to go online to your guys' website and you can see the whole budget laid out and see what we spend on everything, and that's great, and that's the kind of transparency citizens need and that everybody should have. Where it comes into play as a sheriff is obviously seeing what the needs of your office are and then making adjustments within the framework of that budget to direct monies to your priorities while still maintaining good stewardship of that budget and not trying to overspend, not underspending, getting the money you need to the right place at the right time. And I know that there's certain frameworks that we have to work within, and I know there's certain different pots of money that the different things that we do have to come out of. But the transparency piece, I believe, is there. I think there needs to be more transparency up and down within the ranks of the sheriff's office so that people can have more investment and buy-in in the things that we're doing and that we're proposing that we should do. And obviously maintaining that integrity of, I said I was going to do this, this is what my program priorities are, this is what we're directing the money for, and then we make it happen.
Thank you.
Chris, so the Marion County Sheriff has a vast array of public safety duties as well as the responsibility of managing a large department. If appointed to this position, where would you initially focus your energies and why? And what are your long-term goals?
Okay, so I believe I spoke to one of my top priorities, which was personnel acquisition already, so we know where I stand on that. A couple other priorities for the sheriff's office. I have been an employee for just under 8 years with the sheriff's office, and the entire time that I've been at the sheriff's office, and what I'm told from people that are well senior to me in the sheriff's office, was a long time before them that getting our radios up to speed and modernized within the sheriff's office has been a long-term project. Whatever I can do to bring resources to bear on making that a top priority to kind of speed that up and get that going would be one of my high priorities. The evidence building, obviously, we need to get that build. We have we need to get our evidence storage and filing systems and all that modernized up with 2023 standards and have the space that they need to hold everything. Along with that, maybe some kind of consolidation, using that opportunity of building a new building on the public safety campus facility to maybe consolidate some of our resources to make us work better within the sheriff's office, such as offices, maybe a second floor or a third floor on the office, on the evidence building where we can take care of evidence stuff on the main floors, and then maybe there's office or training facilities above for, say, something like consolidating maybe the downtown office and moving it to the sheriff's office so you have your entire command structure in the same place. More training facilities for all of the employees across all the disciplines so that we don't have to farm out to places like Brooks or DPSST or stuff like that when we have large-scale trainings. I think that could be a way that we could potentially save some money on our administrative costs by doing some consolidation that way. I know initial costs will be maybe a little bit more so in the actual building of the building, but we could save some money that way overall for long-term in consolidation. Also, there needs to be kind of smaller items addressed within the sheriff's office internally. Things that are kind of lagging behind in I will say how long it's taking to get some certain things done. Maybe there's a little more administration going on than needs to be in some different areas. Just little morale issues and culture issues that can be addressed with some different leadership. I think another big one for attracting and retaining personnel would be seeing about take-home cars for all line level employees. I know that there's an initial cost associated with that, about an additional $1.8 million to get the 20 cars that we would need to do that. But I see that as a priority for long-term retention, and I see it as a going along with top priority of getting personnel. I think that's a good, solid, attractive thing to enforcement deputies that would be out there that would make it a good selling point. Plus, there's tons of studies that have been done by different larger agencies that say over time you actually save money on costs of maintenance on vehicles and stuff like that if everybody has their own car, because they have more pride in it. They get to take it home, they take better care of it, you lose less money on maintenance costs, stuff like that. So I know that's a micro issue within the sheriff's office, but it's potentially an expensive one, so it needs to be addressed from a budgetary level if that's what we were going to do going forward. I think it's worth looking into, so that would be some of my priorities.
Thank you. Every elected official has their own idea of how their department should operate. Please address each division of the sheriff's office and describe the areas you would like to change if you were appointed.
Okay, so divisions of the sheriff's office. So let's start with P&P, parole and probation. All of our deputies in parole and probation have a very high caseload. All of them do. Obviously that speaks to some of the other issues that we've talked about previously during this interview. Some of them legislative, some of them having to do with a lot of recidivism. So personnel acquisition definitely helps in that manner. Getting, obviously, the more bodies we can get in to fill open and vacant positions in PMP means a more equitably divided caseload. So I think that would be a pretty good priority for PMP division as far as for corrections for the jail. Getting GPOD open and being able to house more bodies, plus working to that effect with the jail, liaising and working with the district attorney's office to try and see what we can do to get some of these cases that have personnel that are being held long-term further along in the criminal justice tract, so that we can redirect their housing if they need to go elsewhere, if they need a higher level of housing, or just trying to do what we can to free up beds in the jail. I know that's a constant struggle, is having enough beds for everybody who needs to come to jail. So that would be a priority. For enforcement, obviously, personnel acquisition, again, a lot of what drives us. I've already discussed that at length. I've already discussed take-home vehicles. I think that would do a lot for the morale of the people that are currently employed. I think it would make it attractive from a recruitment standpoint as another thing that can set us apart to why you would want to come to work for the sheriff's office. So that would be a good one for enforcement.
Okay, thanks.
It's my turn. All right. Jail capacity is an issue that comes up often in our communities. Budgets are tight, crime is increasing, and state policies continue to add adults in custody to our jail population without providing additional funding. What ideas do you have to increase capacity at the jail without raising taxes?
So that is a tough one, because more heads in beds usually equals more deputies, which usually equals more administrative state, which means we need to hire more people, and then we're outside of the budget that we already have for what we have. I think the one thing that I mentioned previous with trying to work with the district attorney's office to try and process, see what we can do to speed up the processing of different cases. Obviously, there's statutory requirements and limits on what can be done within the criminal justice track. From the time that a person is arrested to the time that everything's adjudicated. But I think that there's some ground to be gained on that particular process, because we have a lot of people that are holdovers at the jail for well longer than what the jail is originally for, which is a year or less. And I think getting some movement in that regard would be beneficial, and that works within the frame of what we already have without pulling additional funds.
Great, thank you.
So, Chris, you've talked a lot about recruitment and being a priority. So
Yes,
what
sir.
ideas would you have? It's obviously a challenge in the state and throughout the country. What
Yes,
would
sir.
your plans be for recruiting deputies into the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir. So I think you work with what you use what does work already, which is some community outreach, going to different events, setting up booths and stuff like that. But we have to start thinking more outside the box, because why? I hate to use that phrase because it's a very common phrase. Let's get outside the box, but sorry about that. But when you look around at different agencies that are of similar size or maybe a little bit larger than ours, because we're kind of in this interesting little size range in the Marion County Sheriff's Office, what are other agencies that are around us utilizing to attract people? What's working for them? What's not working for them? And I know that we always have to try and be good stewards of money and operate within budget constraints, but we have to start looking at things like, we already discussed take-home cars, so I won't beat that to death, but different recruiting strategies as far as, let's get outside of the normal areas that we are normally operating in for recruitment, and let's think about different areas. A good example of that is the Oregon State Police set up a booth at SHOT Show in Las Vegas this past year, and they got tons of contacts. That would be a great one that we could look at to let's get outside of our normal areas. Trying to work with military bases that are maybe outside of our areas. I know we don't have any active duty bases here in Oregon, but calling up morale, welfare, and recreation divisions within those bases and talk about their being part of their transition processing and programs where they put people through classes when they go to get out of the military and they go to retire from the military, presenting ourselves as an option, having maybe a half an hour or an hour to sit in a captive audience and say, hey, look, this is what we can offer you at Marion County Sheriff's Office. We can take what you have done from service and see how great that is that translates over to us, and we can utilize your services to keep helping the community after you step down from the national stage and you can work more on a local level with us. I think that's great. We can also start looking at things again, maybe shifting some money around so that we can stay fiscally responsible, but things like hiring bonuses, things of that nature. It's worked pretty effectively for a lot of other agencies. Obviously, there's some things to work out between unions and within the budget, but I think that there's ground to be made there, and I think it can get done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Probably need a commissioner on that Vegas trip.
Do you?
Not you.
Like, you're going for leadership team and
his
recruitment
Vegas
officer, huh? Are you sure you want to be a
Chris has to
commissioner?
pay for
Oh,
that.
just that one.
I have to pay for
You have
it.
to pay for him to go to Vegas, just saying. There's too much risk for the county.
Tall order, tall order.
All right, last question. What is the ICS and NIMS, and how does it apply to the structure of search and rescue in the sheriff's office?
I have to tell you, I'm not familiar with that. I apologize, ICS and NIMS, I'm not familiar with those systems and how it applies to search and rescue.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, those are all the questions that we have. Do you still have some time? Do you have
Okay.
more you want to share with us?
I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity. I know I'm the junior person here out of all of the candidates. I have the least amount of law enforcement experience. Not to discredit the experience I have, because it's been a wonderful ride here at the Marion County Sheriff's Office. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I just think that the current direction that we're headed could use some work. And it's not that we don't have good things in play. We need to keep those good things in play, and there's some things that can use some help. And I just want to be part of that. I want to be part of what puts Marion County in a good light in the community. Not that we already aren't, but that makes people proud of the people that work for them and the citizenry, and just help in any way I can. And I feel like the higher up the ladder you go within an organization, the more organizational change you can affect. So from my level, it's a very small change that I can make. I can make changes every day on every call. I can be professional. I can be courteous. I can give those people in their time of need the comfort, the respect, the dignity that they deserve, and treat them with all the respect that they should have, and try to make a positive image of the sheriff's office in that light. From this seat, if you find folks should decide that I should be the alpha one, I feel like organizational and community-wise, that scope gets a lot larger reach. So I'm very interested in that, and I may not know all the ins and outs of the job or the ins and outs of every piece of the sheriff's office, but I'm a quick study, and I know all the people within the organization that do. So, and I am not afraid to say, help me, I don't know this. Bring me up to speed. So, just thank you again for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Nice
And
to
Chris,
see you.
Chris, thank you for your military service to the country as well.
It was my pleasure.
Yeah.
I also appreciate you stepping forward for this.
Thank you.
I'm a big believer in the political process. I think it's important. We need good people to step forward.
It
And
is.
public service is important, and I appreciate the service you're doing and being willing to put your name forward for additional service, so.
Thank you much.
All right. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
Okay. Well, we have a little bit of time, so we can have a little bit of a longer lunch. All right?
Fantastic.
Is that all right? That's pretty good. Maybe a bathroom break. That's not the worst thing ever. All right, we are going to take a break.
Go in. Let it-
Sorry,
is
we're
it
going to
public
take a
safety?
break until 12:30. We'll be back at 12:30. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Apologize for running a few minutes late, but we're going to continue. Hello, Don. Welcome. All right. So you are our fifth person to interview for this.
Good to see you.
Welcome.
Good to see you.
Thanks for being here.
Hi.
Commissioner, how are you?
Good, how are you?
So, Sergeant Parisi, we have 12 questions for you. You have 45 minutes. The time is yours. We just ask that you answer all the questions.
Okay.
And although we're starting a little bit later than we intended, we're going to make sure you get your full 45 minutes, so you don't have to worry about that.
No worries.
And if it's okay with you, I'm just going to jump right in.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. So theft and property crime have been rising throughout the county and in our communities. Changes in state policy have made it more difficult to hold people accountable when they commit crimes. What actions would you take, if you're selected to this position, on the local level to address the increase in crime and improve public safety?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's definitely a problem, and it is on a rise. Those are lower level type offenses that we have some great resources for to connect people with, if eligible, that may be beneficial for them to hold them accountable for the mistakes and crimes that they're making, because that piece of it is still very important. So I think it still would be business as usual for us on the roads to respond to those calls and take those reports from our community and listen to them. But at the same time, I think it's important to provide as much education as we can for our community members to hopefully help prevent them from even experiencing those crimes in the first place. So I think there's a dual role that we can have in that effort to reduce those crimes.
How would educating the community members help? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So I think oftentimes, we find responding to certain types of theft calls and what have you, doors may be left unlocked or property may not be secure, and or the properties may have valuable items that are stored in there in plain view. That kind of makes them become an easy target, if you will, a crime of opportunity for whoever's going by and checking and whatnot. Also, we can help them to, properly identify their property, either with owner applied numbers or serial numbers, maybe take note of that. So if in the event they are victimized, we can hopefully try to get their property back to them.
Thank you.
Sergeant, good to see you.
Good to see you, sir, always.
All right. And whether or not you are appointed, do you plan on running for the office? And why or why not?
Yes, sir. Whether I'm appointed or not, I do have plans to run in 2024 for the office of sheriff of Marion County. And the reason why is, I love this community. I was born and raised here. I love our office and the men and women who serve, both sworn and our professional staff. We have a great group of people. We have a great team here. We really are blessed. And I would love to, if meant to be, if it's within the cards, I would love to help represent them and their needs as we together would then serve our wonderful community and all citizens that reside here that love to come and play here, whether it's up in the canyon at the lake or just attend the rodeo, on the 4th and whatnot. I would just love to help represent the honorable men and women who serve as well, whether sworn or professional staff.
Thank you.
What is your experience with employee accountability in the sheriff's office, and what systems do you use to ensure the outcome is fair and just?
Yeah, so with the role that I currently serve in as a sergeant with the Marion County Sheriff's Office, it's been a great opportunity and a real blessing to be on the front line of supervision, if you will. So I've had some experiences with, employee accountability and whatnot. And it's a real broad spectrum, if you will. It's important that when we're looking at employee accountability, that we're truly looking at it, from a 360-degree type angle, if you will, from a real global perspective, because we want to make sure that our employees are healthy and that things are going well within their lives, and to maybe provide an answer as to why the decisions were made as they were. And so that's an important piece, is to look at our employees as the people that they are and the professionals that they are, and just to see what's going on in their lives. What kind of things have gone in the past. And then, of course, there's the administrative piece. I've been involved in the complaint procedure process. Have been assigned to do inquiries regarding complaints that we may receive. I've also been assigned to do formal professional standards investigations as well. And we work really well together as a management team when we do that. I mean, it's not just me who does that, but we've had some really great layers put into place over the years to provide a good robust process that we follow and help each other out as we go through that. So I've handled those complex investigations, unfortunately some of which over the years that have involved the dismissal of employees for some misconduct and or poor choices. But it's not me doing it by myself. It's a collaborative effort. It's a team effort at that management level. But I have experience doing that. Basically finding the facts and writing the report to send up to the chain of command.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So community corrections is a responsibility of the Board of Commissioners that's shared between the commissioners and the sheriff by a joint agreement. What is your understanding of the sheriff's role in overseeing community corrections? And what is your understanding of the role of the Board of Commissioners?
Yes, so I was familiar with that as well, that you folks oversee that and work very closely with the sheriff in that role to oversee the corrections division, which I may just mention I had the privilege of working in as well when I first came to Marion County as a sergeant back in 2011. So I am dual certified. I'm certified in the field of corrections as well as patrol, and so I have that experiences that I bring to the table as well. I know that, you folks are very much in sync with the operations there. You tour the facility, make sure it's meeting all the jail standards, specifications, and whatnot as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think this is my favorite question. Besides
about
me, who will you appoint to your leadership team and why?
Yes, you get the first shot. So like I mentioned, we are fortunate here at Marion County. We do have some phenomenal employees and workers here, folks that are very much dedicated, that are compassionate and serve with honor. So I would definitely appoint those who are interested. I want folks who are willing to step up and do the job as well. And obviously there would be a process that we could hold to determine the best candidate for whichever position that may be within the leadership role, whether it's a frontline supervisor at the rank of a sergeant or lieutenant, commander, under sheriff role, that type of thing, or even all the way down to like our FTOs, who are leaders within the office as well, and play a vital role in training our future and our young people as they come into the profession.
He didn't answer whether or not you're going to be on that list, Commissioner.
Well,
Yeah, you're very confident. You'll get
I
through
know
the
what the
process,
answer
huh?
is. Nobody wants me on that sheriff's leadership team.
Okay, have you promised anything to county employees, communities, or others regarding what you would do if appointed as the next sheriff?
I have not promised anything. There's definitely other issues that I would take a hard look at and consider. So I think that would be important to keep an open mind when going into, the position to make those decisions as to what's approved and what's not approved.
Can you elaborate on those issues, please?
So one of which is the special equipment that basically kind of has to do with a safety piece of equipment, if you will, that could protect hearing for our deputies who work the field in a special tactical situation and whatnot. I think it brings some valuable information to consider, in the way of like a suppressor, if you will, for the end of their rifles, which otherwise creates a very loud noise. And there's been some talk and conversations about that. And I think it has, some good merit to it that's worth looking at and considering.
Okay. Anything else?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The Board of Commissioners holds statutory authority to allocate budgets, authorize personnel, and establish countywide policies for all departments. How will the Sheriff's Office be accountable to the Commissioners and the public in managing the department's $87.9 million budget, the 377 employees, and ensuring compliance with county policies?
So that's a very important one. I mean, we're entrusted with a lot of money that belong to the taxpayers, and we need to work together on that. We need to stick to the budget and the monies that we're allocated to, and we need to have those conversations, I think, together as a team when we identify needs, specific needs that our people need to do their job and to do their job safely while serving the community. I think we just have to have those conversations together and work together and hear each other's, viewpoints and all the considerations, because there may be some things that we're not aware of at the sheriff's office level that you folks may be aware of in your positions. And I think it's just a matter of having a conversation to prioritize the needs and to try to get the equipment that the deputies need to do their job as well, or our professional staff as well, who may not be sworn but also have a role to fill in doing their job.
Great, thank you.
All right. So as a sheriff, you have a vast array of public safety duties as well as the responsibility of managing a very large department. If appointed to this position, where would you initially focus your energies and why? And what are your long-range plans?
Yeah, that's a great question. So initially, I would, get in contact with and talk with the county leadership, different department heads, several different stakeholders within the community as well, our staff within the sheriff's office, both sworn and professional staff, to just basically kind of do a listening tour to find out what's important to them, what some of their needs might be, so I can help bring that information back and address it with the whole team.
And what are your long-range goals?
Longer term goals?
Well, I think it's important to continue to build upon the successes that we've had as an office right now, and to continue to strive to maintain the trust and the legitimacy within the sheriff's office regarding the service that we're providing to the community and the stakeholders. Also, creating more relationships even with our law enforcement agency partners, both federal, local, and state level, is very important. Training is a big piece, as well as deputy wellness, and staff wellness. That's going to be a long-range plan too, to stay focused on that. Staffing is a big issue as well, I think, for everybody across the board, no matter where you go. So long-range goals are going to be to try to really build a robust plan to make sure, we're recruiting and retaining, hiring the best folks for the position, but also taking care of them and their families once they're here through a good, robust wellness program, which I believe we have now. But I also believe we can always, we can always get better, and we can always build upon that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Every elected official has their own idea of how their department should operate. Please address each division of the sheriff's office and describe the areas you would like to change if you were appointed.
So I think, it's not up to necessarily one individual. I think it's important as the sheriff to work with all of their leadership teams within the division, each division, I should say. So we have some really great talented managers and employees at every level within our institutions division, our community corrections division, operations division, as well as our enforcement division. So I think it would be important to make sure that we're staying, informed as to what areas we could do better at, and we would collect information as a team and share and try to improve those things together, whatever those might be. I know staffing's across the board is a huge issue right now in all of our divisions, and so obviously trying to get the jail back open with the extra wing over there that we would like to open is a priority. And so, working with the commander of institutions to try to do that and take in any information, creative ways to try to recruit people to come and work here and keep them here as well.
Do you want to address any of the other divisions?
Yes, please. Thank you. So I think also some things that can maybe help with the performance of our jobs too is the advancement of technology could be beneficial. I think in all areas we could potentially help improve the operations, which we've been doing as well recently through a new CAD management system and a new records management system, and working those bugs out and things of that nature. But I think there's more technology advances that we could look at as an executive team and a leadership team to try to kind of move the office forward. And that would be across all divisions. We also have, I know in the enforcement division, there are some concerns, I believe, that was mentioned during the budget presentation by Undersheriff and Sheriff, with respect to our ESSD area and whatnot. So in the future, in terms of monies allocated for those positions, and so that would be an area of concern that we would like to keep focus on with all of you in trying to address that, to keep that program up and running, alive and well. So that would be another issue there within the enforcement division. And I think too, making sure our programs that Community Corrections has to offer with the leadership team there would be vital to the success of the folks that are on supervision. And I think that's about it.
Thank you.
Well, actually, before that, I'm sorry, one more thing with operations. I apologize. So, we're closely monitoring, obviously, with the ballot measure 114 and all those things. So that would be an area that we're going to, be working closely with as well in the future, depending on how that process plays out in the courts and stuff.
Can you be more specific? I don't know what you're saying. I know where it lies and I know what measure 114 is, but what are you specifically?
Right, well, that's going to
trying
be, I think that's going to be an area of concern within the operations division, because that's going to ultimately affect the budget potentially, if things get passed or whatever, and this is something we have to, a service that we need to provide, for the county residents and whatnot. So we'll need to work, I think, to allocate the appropriate amount of funds to help with whatever offset that may be. And then also potential other staffing issues too, that it may take to successfully operate that new program within.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so jail capacity is an issue that comes up often in our communities. Budgets are tight, crime is increasing, and state policies continue to add adults in custody to our jail population without providing additional funding. What ideas do you have to increase capacity at the jail without raising taxes?
Well, I think that would be important to maybe do an overall audit of the current system, perhaps. As a team, we could look at to see if there's any other dollars that we could perhaps allocate, move around to be able to open up and expand the jail to where we will have additional beds when needed to, house those adults in our custody when crimes are committed that are at that lower level, to where they need to be arraigned on whatever criminal matter they might have committed and see a judge. So I think without raising taxes, I think we would have to look at the current budget and monies that we're entrusted with to see if we could perhaps allocate any more, if that's the direction that we wanted to go based on the concerns within the community. And, to get additional jail beds within another section of the G-Pod, that might be an option, I would think, maybe.
Great, thank you.
Right. So we've talked about recruiting, you've talked about recruiting, I guess. It's a challenge for law enforcement across the state and the nation. So what are your plans? What would you do for recruitment of deputies to the sheriff's office?
Yeah, well, it is an issue, that's for sure. It's a hard one, but we would never give up. We would be boots on the ground, myself included, and we would be out there, even as the sheriff and other executive team members and stuff, as time allows, to help with those recruiting efforts with our recruiting team. We would definitely encourage our people and try to invest in them and their efforts as well, because they are our best recruiting tool, I believe, our current employees. And we just encourage them to continue to also try to recruit and bring good people to this organization, to the Marion County Sheriff's Office, to serve people in the community. And I think there's some creative ways that we could potentially do that, also to inspire our folks to put in that extra effort and to do that, but also to reward them. And there's some things that other agencies are doing as well. And some of our employees just recently went to a recruiting training up in Clackamas, and they got some good information that they actually brought back to, and we've had some meetings about as well. The conversations are starting to happen in terms of maybe some pay incentives as well for our people who recruit people. It's different than bonuses that you may recall was once offered, to applicants, right? Agencies were doing that for quite a while until they couldn't any longer. And so we're paying the applicants to come work for us, and oftentimes, well, not us at Marion County, but certain agencies would do that, and they would collect maybe and then leave within a short amount of time. And so the return on that investment didn't really seem to be there. However, there's new creative ways now of actually, and I think it goes along with retention as well, which is a huge piece. We really want to retain, I think, the good employees and people that we have, so we're not, especially, we love them, we love having them, And we appreciate them, but we certainly don't want to miss out on that investment as well that we've made in them for us and our community as well to serve. So I think maybe looking at some sort of a monetary type investment to give to our employees. For example, if you recruited somebody to come work, we may offer you a certain extra amount of money.
You're not going to be on the leadership team. You might get some money.
I'm gonna be the number one recruiter.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. See, that inspires people. That's perfect. And so I think those are some ways to do that. And I also think we need to make a really good investment in training our people as well, because folks are really hungry for that education and that training. A deputy once told me that. And they used kind of a sports analogy to describe this or explain it, and it was like, most teams that play in whether professional or collegiate sports activities or whatnot, they practice way more than they play. So they're like really prepared, and they feel as though they're to go into that game to win that game. Whereas it seems as though in public safety across the board, and not just at Marion County or whatever, but just across the board in public safety, we're playing in that game, so to speak, a lot more than we're practicing for that game. And so I think if we take a good hard look at our training program as well and work to build that even better than what it is, I think we do a great job now, but I think obviously we could do better. And I think if we made that investment as well within the training, I think you're going to attract people who want to come and be part of that, to also give back. And I think we all would agree the best, trained, deputy is going to provide the best service as well to our community members. So I think that's important to always keep in mind and look at. And I think that's going to help with recruiting as well. I mean, they're going to feel empowered. They're going to feel prepared. They're going to feel as though confident. That the dangerous job that we're asking them to do in the sworn sense, they're going to be well equipped, and they're going to feel very confident to do it. And I think when they do actually go out there and do it, then under those circumstances, less mistakes will be made as well, because we're all human and we all make mistakes. And so I think that just empowers them better. I think they feel more of the love, if you will, from the organization, the county as a whole, or the leadership team or what have you, because of that investment as well. And that's going to trickle down. They're going to share that with their friends. Hey, come work here. We get training in this, and that. We get this equipment, or whatever the case may be. And I think that is another valuable tool to look at. Yeah, and I think we also, we're pretty unique here at Marion County too. We have some opportunities to offer folks who want to come and work here. And I think in way of specialty units and or promotions or advances, right? So I think we're large enough to where we offer those things that it is attractive to somebody to maybe come here and be a detective or come here and work on the traffic team. And so I think we need to also make sure we take a good look at those specialties that we have and the opportunities that truly exist for people to get into those specialty units or not, and then reevaluate how can we make those opportunities better for those newer employees that attracted them to get here, if that makes sense. And so once they're here, they actually legitimately have an opportunity eventually down the road to get into one of those specialty units. So I think that's important too to look at.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. What is ICS and NEMS, and how does it apply to the structure of search and rescue in the sheriff's office?
Yeah, so it's an important management system to manage any sort of particular event, especially a large scale event, a natural disaster or whatever, which unfortunately our county has seen a lot of in the last few years. This is a model that I've also have experience in and have worked with. Not so much within my role here at the sheriff's office, but in other roles that I've had the opportunity to serve in. specifically with different organizations where we respond to large-scale events and whatnot too. I've had a little bit exposure though too with managing the St. Paul Rodeo event for the last 6 or 7 years. It's a huge event that really swells that community from about 400 population to well over 30,000 during the event and whatnot. So yeah, that's important, and that's my experience, I guess, with that.
Okay,
Does
thank
that
you.
answer your question, you bet?
All right.
May I go back to one? Do we have time?
Absolutely, yeah,
Is
we
that
have
okay?
time.
Not
We
to
have time.
interrupt.
No,
Okay.
it's your time. Yeah,
So-
please.
If I may, I'd just like to go back to question number 2. It was asked of me, do you plan on running for office whether or not you were appointed as the sheriff, and it was why or why not? And my answer was that I do plan on running in 24 for that position. And a large part too is there's been a lot of overwhelming support and encouragement by employees of the sheriff's office, but also citizenry from within our community and other law enforcement partners. If I may just share, I have 7 endorsements from our local law enforcement police officers associations, which is very humbling, and it shocked me when I received that, but I'm grateful. Hubbard Police Department, Kaiser Police Department, the Mount Angel Police Department, Staten Police Department, Almsville, Jervis Police Department, and the Oregon Department of Justice Criminal Investigators Association has also very graciously all endorsed me for the sheriff's position. So I find that very humbling, and I think it speaks to the relationships that I've been blessed to establish over the years throughout my almost 3 decades. Kent Barker and the current Director of Safety and Security of North Marion School District. And then also our smaller community mayors have gotten behind me and supported me for this opportunity as well, and that being Aurora, Hubbard, Jefferson, Sublimity, St. Paul, and the little town of Monitor as well. So it's been great connecting with them and visiting with them throughout this process too. And that's kind of a big why as well, that people are supportive as well and have a passion to serve others and to serve this community, and would love the opportunity in that role.
Great.
Thank you.
You still have more time, so is there anything else you'd like to share with us, or any question you'd like to expand on? You don't have to. You're also, I like brevity, so you don't feel any pressure to keep talking if you don't want to, but this is your time.
Well, let's see here. Appreciate that. So I just wanted to mention a little bit about my experience, maybe a little bit more about my experience. I'm born and raised within this community. Been here my whole entire life, and I love it very much, and I really appreciate the opportunity to serve and give back every single day that I come to work. Still this day, I feel like it's a new job interview, literally today, I suppose, but every other day, I really do feel like it's a job interview that's, for me to prove that I'm still worthy enough to serve and whatnot. So I started out as a police cadet at the age of 14 with the Salem Police Department, which really gave me a huge and great foundation. They really taught me a lot and brought me up in this profession to help make me as successful as I am today. So I started there as 14. I actually came to the sheriff's office when I was 19 in the summer of '93, and I was able to serve as a summer parks cadet back then when we used to have that program. And I was able to patrol up along the North Fork actually as well, and Three Pools and Salmon Falls, and really just connect with our community and provide outreach there and provide safety for the public as well in that role. So I really appreciated that. I left that position a little bit early because I was blessed to be hired full-time and start my career as a 911 dispatcher. So I do have experience as a dispatcher, which I believe would play very beneficial in our role as leading the sheriff's office together as a team. So I did that for a couple years, and then I was able to pursue my dream of being a police officer at the age of 22. And I got hired on full time with Salem Police Department. I promoted there to a corporal, and then ended up leaving Salem Police Department in about '08 and made a brief stop in Kaiser and connected with some great folks there, wonderful agency. And wasn't planning on leaving there, but then a wonderful opportunity came up to apply with the sheriff's office to be a frontline supervisor as a sergeant, specifically in the jail. So I was really stepping outside my box, if you will, and comfort zone to go and learn something completely new. And I was really fortunate with our great staff within the jail there that helped bring me along and make me successful, because there was a chance that I may not have passed, FTEP or whatever, training. So I got to go to the academy and pick up that dual certification. And along the way, I've been entrusted with a lot of great opportunities as an instructor to help train our new folks, and really kind of just seeing the whole gamut, and been able to give back as a peer support team supervisor and member. I've also served on our honor guard, been on the policy committee, been fortunate enough to be helping with the accreditation management of that program, which ensures that we as an office are employing the best practices, according to the industry standards and whatnot, and that there's that accountability. And so we have a great team of people who work on that. It's not just me, it's a team effort. And so, but I was fortunate enough to do that as well. I've also served on the Oregon Fallen Badge Foundation's line of duty death response team for the last 7 years, and heaven forbid we're ever deployed or needed, but in the event there's ever a line of duty death, it's been a real honor. It's really taught me valuable leadership skills there too, with like ICS models and whatnot, to ensure those memorial services go over without a hitch and safely. I have over 4,300 hours of training through the Department of Public Safety Standards and Training over the last 29 years, almost 30, and so it's been a lot of great experience that's I think prepared me very well for this opportunity, and I appreciate your guys' time.
Great. Well, thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thanks for stepping up and being willing to serve our community even more.
I appreciate you guys and your time, and thanks for this opportunity of just even interviewing me and whatnot. So it's very humbling. And I guess in closing, if I may, just a few more minutes, I just want to give a huge thank you to the men and women of Marion County Sheriff's Office and the honorable service that they provide day in and day out, both our sworn deputies and, of course, our professional staff as well. So I just want to say a huge thank you to them. And I could go on and on as well about all the officers within our county at the other agencies and stuff too, but I just want to say thank you to them too. So,
Great. Thank you.
all right.
We all three echo that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, Chad, we have one more, I believe. Yeah, please.
Nice to see you. Yeah, have a good day.
Thank you.
See you.
Yeah. All right. Hello. Yeah, you too.
Hi, nice to see you. It's been a while. Okay, he'll be right back.
I've seen you a couple
I
times
know,
in this
I feel like
format,
it's a
right?
little deja vu, like
Yeah.
we've maybe done this.
All right, Stacy, well, welcome, and thank you for being here. We have 12 questions for you, and you have 45 minutes. So your time's your own. However, we do ask that you try to answer every question.
Okay.
If that works. And if you're all right with it, I'll just jump right into the first question.
All right.
Does that sound okay?
Do it.
All right. So theft and property crime has been rising throughout the county and in our communities. Changes in state policy have made it more difficult to hold people accountable when they commit crimes. What actions would you take on the local level to address the increase in crime and improve public safety?
Well, one of the things that falls under the sheriff's office is running the jail and, being able to, for not only our deputies, but other law enforcement agencies in the county to be able to take someone to jail when they commit a crime. I mean, right now, if someone steals a car and we stop them for stealing a car in Marion County, it's a citation, it's cite and release. It feels, wrong. You just pulled over someone in a car and you give them essentially a ticket and they walk on their way. They should be going to jail for something like that, to have that accountability and to, we only have control over what we have control over. We can't, if the courts release them, that's out of our hands. But the part that, as the sheriff's office and the sheriff has control over is, having the jail, fully staffing the jail. I mean, the commissioners have been supportive of reopening part of GPOD and having the sheriff's office, do our part to be able to have the deputies to staff that so we can have that increased capacity for people the law enforcement to bring people to jail when they commit crimes and have that accountability, because that's really important. And then also, state policies, I think the sheriff should be a leader for these kind of issues and be involved in the public policy conversation, because, you're an elected official and you should be, the courthouse is a couple blocks away from the Capitol, be involved in those, testifying when these, when the Measure 110s and the different bills are proposed that are going to negatively impact our ability to hold people accountable for these things, should be raising awareness and speaking out against that. And that's something that a process that I would want to be involved in, like part of my background working at the Capitol for 4 years and being familiar with that process. I would, as sheriff, be very involved in that, to be proactive in that. And so we're not left to deal with, the implications of when bad public policy is put into place and how that affects our community.
Just as a follow-up, Stacy, you mentioned a car situation, stealing a car and a cite and release. There are other situations where the sheriff maybe is bound by state law. The state law says you can't take somebody to jail for certain things that you used to be able to take them to jail for. How would you address that?
Well, laws can be changed. So if it's a bad law and if it's affecting our ability to hold people accountable, then, to bring that issue up, like work with legislators, propose a bill, like raise awareness and, build a coalition of people to change that. I mean, we don't just have to sit here and throw our hands up and be like, well, this is what the situation we have. We just have to deal with it. Let's fix things so we can, make life better here in Marion County.
Great, thank you.
And be an example for the rest of the state.
Great, thank you.
If we had a Senate that was there, we could. Oh, all right, no comment. Stacy, if you, whether you get this appointment or not, do you plan on running for the office in 2024? Yes or no, and why or why not?
Yes, I plan on running for sheriff in 2024, whether I'm appointed or not. I believe that it's important for the public to, I think competition makes all of us better. And there hasn't been a contested election for sheriff in Marion County for 25 years. So, I think it's a good thing that, whether I get the appointment or not, I would welcome people running against me, because it, makes everyone better, and the citizens deserve, to have us out there and to hear from candidates and what they have to say and what they would do and what they stand for and believe in, and the voters to make the choice for who they think is the best person, because, they haven't really had a choice for a long time. So, and I'm prepared to take that on.
Okay, thank you.
All right. What is your experience with employee accountability in the sheriff's office? And what systems do you use to ensure the outcome is fair and just?
So my experience, you mean as far as like being involved, like in investigations of?
It's your question to answer.
Okay. You know, I'm a deputy, so I'm not a supervisor. I don't do, you know, investigations on other deputies. You know, I think accountability is very important for our deputies and everyone that works at the sheriff's office. We have a tremendous amount of trust placed in us by the public, and you know, it's important that we do the right thing. You know, hire good people. You know, we do thorough backgrounds, make sure that, you know, we bring the right people on and teach them what to do, and, you know, let them know what's expected of them. And if, you know, people don't meet those standards, then we need to deal with that, because if, you know, by not holding ourselves accountable, we violate the public trust. And that's like the most, if we lose that, if the community doesn't trust us, and then it just makes it very hard to do our jobs. So I think that's very important, and it's something that I would work for, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Okay. Community corrections is a responsibility of the Board of Commissioners that's shared between the commissioners and the sheriff by a joint agreement. What is your understanding of the sheriff's role in overseeing community corrections, and what is your understanding of the role of the Board of Commissioners?
So I know community corrections, you know, is partially part of the funding for that comes from the county general fund, and part of it comes from the state. The sheriff's role, the sheriff's role in overseeing community corrections, you know, those deputies that are the POs and the parole and probation division is part of the sheriff's office. So, you know, they're responsible for hiring and managing those employees. And the role of the Board of Commissioners is, you know, allocating the county funds to the programs and that department of the sheriff's office.
Great, thank you.
All right, my favorite question of the day. Besides me, who will you appoint to your leadership team and why?
You know, like names of people.
Well, besides me.
Oh,
I know you're gonna appoint me.
Yeah, well, yeah,
It's
obviously.
like Groundhog Day with him. He's been saying that you're
had
not
to
the
ask-
only person he's made that.
I ask it the same way every time.
You
Who will
had
you
to.
appoint
You
to your
didn't want
leadership
you
team
had to.
and why?
So you want like names of people, or
Whatever, it's
Your question.
you guys are like, no, it's your question. So, I mean, I would, you know, I don't know everything there is to know about all of the inner workings of the sheriff's office, but I would, you know, try to surround myself with the most knowledgeable people who, you know, share my vision for, you know, where we need to go as the sheriff's office, and, you know, share my, you know, same philosophy on leadership and what a leader is, and, you know, what we need to do to, you know, we have wonderful people at the sheriff's office, and we have amazing people that work there, but there's a lot of things about the way we do things and that we need to address and we need to change. We're kind of at a crossroads right now, and if we don't start to make some serious changes, then, you know, we're going down a road that, you know, is not good for the sheriff's office, and which in turn is not going to be good for the community and our ability to serve this community. Just trying to surround myself with the best team so we can make the changes that we need to do to fix what's going on.
Okay. Have you promised anything to county employees, communities, or others regarding what you would do if appointed as the next sheriff?
You know, things that I've talked about that I would do is just, you know, evaluate everything that we do, like why we do things from, you know, the top down. I feel like nothing, I've talked about, you know, nothing should be off the table just because it's the way we've done something for however many years, that we need to look at everything and reevaluate it. And, you know, maybe it's something that served us well in the past, but there's a better way of doing things now. You know, I haven't, as far as like making specific promises, like policies, I mean, but that's just been my commitment that we're going to address things and, you know, make the changes that we need to do to fix what's been going on.
Can you elaborate? You said twice now that there's,
Serious. Yeah. Go ahead.
oh, sorry.
asking the same thing, but I thought it would come out later. But go ahead. It's a
Yeah,
good
well,
time.
you've said twice in 2 separate questions that there's things that need to be addressed. I'd really like for you to elaborate on that.
I've tried, like, there's so many things, but trying to, like, pinpoint it to one thing, I think the biggest thing is just, relationships with, taking care of our people and having our employees feel, valued and that they're appreciated and wanted. And we have a really serious recruiting and retention problem right now. It's every week that you hear about someone else looking to apply somewhere else, or has applied or is getting an offer and is leaving, and it's becoming a big issue for our staffing. And like I mentioned, the opening of GPOD, part of GPOD in the jail, like that was supposed to be ready to go in July, and I know it was talked about at the budget presentation that just hiring in general for law enforcement and all industries, it's hard to find qualified applicants and employees. But the thing that wasn't talked about is our own employees, like keeping the employees that we have now, like losing people to go to other agencies, like that's a big part of the problem too. If we don't put a Band-Aid on that, we can't start to build up from there. I mean, to make the changes that we need to so people want to apply and come to Marion County. When I first started, the sheriff's office was where people wanted to be. They would start at other agencies, get their foot in the door and, want to end up here. And now it's, over the last few years, it's just becoming like we're starting to be where people get their foot in the door and then they're going other places. And so, we need to invest in our people and have it be a place where they feel like they have a future and can grow and make a whole career here, not that they, get their foot in the door and go somewhere else. I feel like if we fix the relationship, the people part of it, we have good people, but they need to know that we want them and invest in them and, invest in training, invest in opportunities so people can have room and growth, and reach their potential and make a career here and not want to go other places. And I think that starts from the top, that attitude and that priority, making that a priority. It starts from the sheriff down, and then, instilling that in the whole leadership team and communicating with, our employees and having them feel heard and like they have a voice and, just listening. I think a lot of the answers to the problems and issues we face are probably right there in front of us, and it's just a matter of talking to our people and saying, like, what can we do? Like, what are your problems that you're running into? Like, what are your ideas? Like, I'm not going to come in and be the good idea fairy and have every answer to every problem, but and I know that I don't know everything, and I think that's important to bring, is to not come at it like everything, but to surround yourself with people smarter than you and talk to your people, and we have to figure this out together and fix it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The Board of Commissioners holds the statutory authority to allocate budgets, authorize personnel, and establish countywide policies for all departments. How will the Sheriff's Office be accountable to the Commissioners and the public in managing the department's $87.9 million budget, the 377 employees, and ensuring compliance with county policies?
Well, I would need to read all of those county policies about budgeting. Like, that's not really, the budgeting and that kind of stuff hasn't been as much of a part of my world and day to day with the sheriff's office. But, I can figure it out. I'll read up and I will pour myself into that and learn everything there is to learn about it to make sure that we are, following the policies and doing what we need to do. Fiscal responsibility and being a good steward of the public taxpayers' money is important to me. And that kind of goes back to what I was talking about, the recruiting and the retention of our employees. It costs a lot of money to, find someone, recruit them, you get them hired, you are paying them when they're going through the academy and all of their training. We invest a lot of county resources into our employees, and, just to spend all of that and then, have a perfectly trained lateral to go to another agency, that's not making a good use of public funds. That's, I don't feel like the taxpayers of Marion County are getting the return on their investment when we, spend so much money to get someone to the point where they're ready to be a lateral and then they go work for another agency. So, and that's just one example, but and again, looking at, where our resources are allocated, do we need to, reallocate them to make the best use of them? Like I said, I haven't had a lot of experience with the budget stuff, but I will learn it and figure it out.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stacy. So the sheriff has a vast array of public safety duties as well as responsibility for managing a very large department. If you were appointed to this position, where would you initially focus your energy and why? And the second half is, what would be your long-range goals?
So it is a big department, and everything that we do is important, to that section of the community that we serve. I think one of the first things that I would do as sheriff is just to go around to all of the departments and set up times to, have smaller groups and bigger forums to talk with employees and see what their concerns are, and what ideas do they have of things that what is a change that we could make right now to make your job easier, to make what we're doing, do a better job at what we're doing. Initial focus on energy would just be, I said recruiting, because that's an issue for across all of the divisions of the sheriff's office. Having adequate staffing for all of the divisions. It affects, it's affecting the jail, it's affecting enforcement, it's affecting parole and probation and operations. I think probably where the community sees it the most is in enforcement. Just when people are having calls for service, response times, and our ability to, the amount of time that we have to spend on calls, just when you're trying to run a shift for 1,200 square miles from the whole county with 4 or 5 people, we can only go, so many places and get to people in a timely manner. So, I think I would just focus on the recruiting and retention for, the office as a whole. But my long-range goals for the sheriff's office would just be to make this a place that I want the sheriff's office to be everybody's first choice agency where they want to come work for. And I want it to be somewhere where people will stay for a career, that there are opportunities for, professional development and growth, and that people know that we want them here for the long haul, that we're not just a stepping stone to get to the place where you want to be eventually, and just to be an example for, other law enforcement agencies, and to be a resource to other law enforcement agencies in our area and the state. One thing that I think is important is investing in training. And one long-range goal that I would have that, I think would have a lot of benefits. I don't know if you're familiar with Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. They have their Public Safety Training Center. It's they have 2 gun ranges. One's open to the public. One is that they use for law enforcement training. They have training rooms where they host law enforcement training classes, where community members can rent the rooms for different events. They offer firearms training classes to the public. They offer self-defense training classes to the public. And I think something like that in Marion County would be an amazing resource for the sheriff's office and for our community. And I know it seems like a huge, unattainable goal right now, but I think if it's something that we worked on, we could have here. And what an amazing recruiting tool for our sheriff's office, for people when they're trying to decide where they go, to have, a facility like that where we can offer training, where we can, have opportunities for growth, because, in offering those different training classes, we have opportunities for, professional development for our employees, to send them to instructor schools so they can become, trainers in these different areas. And, it's going to make us a better agency. We're going to serve the public better when we have better training for our deputies, to have the most up-to-date best practices for the ways to do things. And it's a, valuable, we're giving something of value to the community, to have a place where they can, take classes, have rooms for an event, just to be, it benefits the sheriff's office and it benefits the community And, with the classes and the range part of it, something that generates revenue that can help fund itself too. And, we're lucky in Marion County to have you commissioners that are supportive of law enforcement, and I think that we could, find a way to do something like that in Marion County. That's something, a long-range goal that I would have, that I think would have a lot of benefits for the sheriff's office and the community.
Great, thank you.
Just wouldn't want me out there.
I don't know. I bet with
I
some
think we
training.
should have you out there. I just wouldn't want to be there when you were there.
You want to be in the leadership team, but you don't want to do any training, huh?
All right, question number 9. Every elected official has their own idea of how their department should operate. Please address each division of the sheriff's office and describe the areas you would like to change if you were appointed.
So, for each division, so obviously I'm most familiar with enforcement. I've been an enforcement deputy for 16 years. How I would like them to operate, I feel that, we need to get back to being supportive of our deputies in proactive policing and addressing these problems. I know a lot of sentiment that I've heard from people is that, they feel like their hands are tied by policies that we have that don't allow them to do their job and to, get out there and deal with the issues and things that are affecting the community. And so one of the things I would do for all divisions is just address our policies and make sure that they are the most, allowing deputies to do, what the public expects of us and do their jobs efficiently.
Wait, are you saying that there's policies of the sheriff's office that prevent them from doing the job they want to do, or are you talking about state policy?
Sheriff's office policies.
Okay, thanks.
Can you elaborate on one?
One example is our pursuit policy. Say we have a stolen car that, we get behind, run the license plate, it comes back as a stolen car. The deputy turns on their red and blue overhead lights to pull it over, and it doesn't stop and takes off from us. Our policy says we are not allowed to initiate a pursuit on that. We have to pull over to the side of the road and stop. And I feel like if people in the community knew that, they would not be happy about that, because I feel like that's not doing our job. It feels wrong. You have a stolen car, and that we don't, try and catch the bad guy and, get the victim's car back and hold the person accountable. And that is a sheriff's office policy. That's not a state law. That's not case law that says we can't do that. And that's an example of, something that the sheriff can change to, increase accountability for these kind of, property crimes and issues that we talked about. And, the word is on the street. Criminals know that we can't chase them. And so why would you stop if you know you can just go and you're going to get away, or you would stop and, you get arrested.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to the question. So that's one example. I think for all divisions, just for employees to know that they can come to me as a sheriff, and that I will take their concerns seriously, and if there's a problem, that we will, address it, and that let their voices be heard, and not, ignore stuff. And I think that that's been an issue. I think, so as far as like for the jail, that, we need to get that staffing to the level where we can open GPOD, because that's not only, or the partially open that was planned to happen in July. That's not only something that affects the sheriff's office, that affects every agency in Marion County, and then, our ability to hold people and have the room for that. For, operations, again, for them having, I'm not as familiar with operations in parole and probation. I would need, because I haven't worked as much with them, like I said, my time's been with the enforcement and the jail, taking people to jail. So I would need to have conversations with people in those divisions and find out, what do we need to address, what needs to change, so you guys can do your job more efficiently and feel supported and make those changes. So, I don't have all the answers. I don't know everything, but I know that, I'm willing to have those conversations and, listen to people, which I think that's really important.
Thank you.
Okay, you've talked about this. I'm going to ask a question. If you've already answered it, feel free to say I've already answered it. Jail capacity is an issue that comes up in our communities. Budgets are tight. Crime is increasing and state policies continue to add adults in custody to our jail population without providing additional funding. What ideas do you have to increase capacity at the jail without raising taxes?
So we have capacity now that's not, being used. It's not even a question of building a new jail or building onto the jail. We just opening and, beds that we already have. The funds for those jail deputy positions to open GPOD have already been allocated to the sheriff's office. So I think we need to do our part to, keep the jail employees that we have and hire the new people and recruit them so we can open that and offer that capacity. I think we need to look at other options, and I don't know if something, I know in the past that we've contracted with cities if they want to, pay dollars to the county and have a certain number of beds, that would go to, being able to lodge people on violations of their city ordinances, criminal ordinances. That could be something that we could look at that would, if Salem's bringing in people and then put those in beds that they pay for, and that might free up other beds just for looking for other ways of doing things. It's not raising tax dollars that can open up some of those beds that we have there available that aren't being used right now.
Okay, thank you.
So Stacy, you've talked a lot about filling positions, so recruiting personnel is a challenge throughout the state and the nation. What would be your plans for recruiting of deputies in the sheriff's office?
So I think that we need to, have, first realize that this is an issue and address it. To my knowledge, there hasn't been any kind of exit interviews with the people that have left the sheriff's office. And to me, that has shown like an attitude in the past of not, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they don't think it's a problem, but why talk to people? Why are they leaving? And use that as a starting point. Is it more money? Yes, everybody wants all the money. We all want to make all the money that we can, but I feel like there's other things that people will stay at an agency for besides money, and it's building a culture of where employees feel valued and wanted, and making it a place where they can spend a whole career. So having the training opportunities, having opportunities for professional growth and development. We talked about having a similar to Clackamas County, public safety training facility. I think that would be an incredible recruiting tool to have for the county to be able to, offer a facility that we can provide training opportunities for our employees to grow. And just, I think talking to our associations to see, looking at what other law enforcement agencies are doing to recruit people, we have to start doing something differently because the way that we've been doing it isn't working. And, just looking at, schedules that we offer and just work-life balance stuff that we can do to make the sheriff's office a place where people can stay for all of their career. I think that, again, I don't have all of the ideas, the things that we can offer, but to be open to the fact that we need to change the culture and what we're offering. I know one thing that I had asked about at one point was, we don't have part-time deputies. It's you're full-time or you don't work here. And so we hire young people, get married, have kids, maybe don't want to work full-time. So why don't we offer something like a part-time position or have that as an option for people so they're not having to choose between staying here or going to do something else, or people want to pursue other interests in life, or maybe they have an aging parent or whatever the case is, just to make it a place where we can have people stay throughout a lifetime and throughout a career, and not just, okay, well, I'm going to go somewhere else now. So, but just to know that I think we have to have opportunities for people so they want to make it a place where they want to come and have it be somewhere where they can stay for a career.
Thank you.
All right. What is ICS and NIMS, and how does it apply to the structure of search and rescue in the sheriff's office?
ICS is Incident Command Structure, and NIMS, I don't know what that acronym stands for, but basically it's for during, a major incident like a search and rescue, just the command structure for how the incident would run, like with an incident commander and the different roles and how tasks are assigned out and how they would manage that incident.
Thank you. Actually, almost wrote that down. Thank you. Sorry. Like, I'm like,
All right, Stacy, that's all of our questions. Do you still have time?
Okay.
So is there anything else you want to tell us, or is there anything you want to add to any of the questions? This is your time.
I think what I'd want to add is that, trying to think like, why am I doing this? Like, I've done a lot of, soul searching. I have it pretty good right now. Like, I can have whatever shift I want. I like, my shift works well for my family and my business and everything that I do. But I think that I've had a lot of different experiences in my life that have, sometimes felt like unrelated, my time working at the Capitol, that process and being a small business owner. But I feel like everything is kind of coming full circle right now has prepared me to take on this role. I feel like different than a lot of the other candidates. I bring that other experience, perspective as a business owner, ways to, look at problems that aren't, how can we do things that, don't involve raising taxes? How can we, innovate and make the changes that we need to? It's not the typical, government thinking. It's a career that I never planned. I know some people, when they're kids, it's something that they wanted to do for their whole life. Like, I call it the accidental career that I found that I love. And now that I can't imagine my life without, I was really fortunate that, back when I got hired, the recruiting and retention stuff wasn't as big of an issue. And you might have 1 or 2 openings a year, and we would literally get hundreds of really good applicants for that, a lot of laterals. Like I said, it used to be, a place where people wanted to. And I was really fortunate that Marion County is the only place that I've ever applied. And I got lucky and I got hired the first time. And I was thinking about it. I've been here, 18 years since I've been a reserve, and it's almost half of my life that I've, been here. And it's, this is my place, and these are my people. And I feel like we need a leader that's going to, stand up and, fight for our people and fight to fix this place. And I'm not going anywhere, and I don't want to, I want us to be the best. I don't want to work for a mediocre place. I don't want us to not be able to provide the services to our community that our community deserves. I live in the county too, so when I call 911, Marion County is who's showing up. So, I have personal interest in it too. And, obviously this is somewhere that I've devoted my life to, and I know that it would be a huge learning curve, but I think that I feel like I'm doing it for the right reasons and just caring about people. If we take care of our people, I feel like a lot of the other things are going to fall into place. And having, a leader, I feel like a leader's job is to make sure that your people are taken care of, and that, that you're doing everything you can in creating an environment and a culture where they can, grow and reach their full potential and be supported and know that, we have their back. I think that's so important for people to feel. And it's not, I don't say have their back. It's not in the try and hide anything. Setting high standards of, what you expect from people, that you will follow the law and policy and you do the right thing. And if you do all those things, if I'm the sheriff, I will have your back always, and not, it's your job as the sheriff is to have the hard conversations, and be the one out there to be the voice for law enforcement, your people, and for the community, and to be an advocate. We talked about public policy and different issues that come up. you know, the sheriff should be out there and be vocal about that stuff and not just sit back and be reactive. And, you know, now we're forced to deal with the consequences of, you know, the next measure 110 or 114 or whatever comes along. That, you know, to be out there and be involved. And that's something that I would do. And, you know, being accountable to the community and communicating with the community, I feel is very important. You know, I think a lot of times when incidents happen, or, you know, the way we do things, just to explain that to people. And, you know, we have a habit of just sending out like pre-written press releases about stuff, and that's our statement, and no comments and no questions. And I feel like the sheriff should be out there, you know, engaging with the community and answering questions, you know, and explaining stuff. And I mean, I can't think of a time ever where there's been a press conference with the sheriff where, you know, people were able to ask questions and, you know, you don't have to have all the answers right there, but I think you have to be available and accountable and show that you're willing to have those conversations. And if you can't, you know, think on your feet and you aren't willing to put yourself in those situations, then you shouldn't be in that role. You shouldn't, you know, hide behind, you know, press releases and not answer to things. I mean, that's your job, to be out there and, you know, be involved and be part of the community. And I don't know, that's my.
Thank you. I remember a press conference with the sheriff. Kevin, do you remember that press conference? That was one of the not fun days of this job.
It was the one on the
Day after the
fires.
fire.
Was I even there?
Oh, you were there, and I was there. And Sam was crying, and Joe was sitting over there. That was a tough one.
My memory of those days is, certain things is really like blocked.
Yeah.
Other things were, yes.
Yeah.
Was it the day after? No.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't get any sleep, that's probably why.
Okay.
Stacy, thank you.
Yeah. Is there anything else, Stacy?
I don't think so.
That's pretty good. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for stepping forward and being willing to engage in this process. And thank you for sharing your ideas about the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And thank you for your service.
Yeah.
It's nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Okay. We're going to take a break now. That's it for our interviewees. Is that right, Jan? Yep. Okay. Deputy Rajan was our last, so we're going to take a break. And then we're going to come back at, we're scheduled for 2:15. Do you want to take that much time for deliberations?
I just need to use the bathroom, so I don't need that long. 5
Okay.
minutes would be great.
Well, I need a little more than 5 minutes. Maybe we'll come back at 2:05. Does that work? Give us
Sure.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
Yeah, I was just reading Joe's text.
You ready? Okay, you ready? You ready, Commissioner Bethel?
Yeah.
Okay, we are back for commissioner deliberations. There we go. We're a little bit early, but that'll just give us more time to deliberate.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, before we do that, I want to make a motion to enter into the record. It is in our packets. We all got these. There's 117 letters that were submitted for public testimony for this process. So make a motion to enter that into the record.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes.
Good.
Okay, who wants to go first?
Kevin does.
Well, no, I just want to make, I want to make sure that I don't put anybody in any kind of tough position. So whenever you want me to go, I will.
That sounded,
tell me.
loaded.
You tell me.
Sounds like Commissioner Bethel wants you to go.
Well, I guess before you, if we're just gonna dive, if you wanna dive right into the actual, well, I think we do, because we've been here all day, so thank you all for waiting. I wanna say to all of you, thank you for applying. It's a big deal to be the sheriff in Marion County. For me personally, I hold the sheriff to an exceptionally high regard, and if you ask the current sheriff today, you will hear that I am constantly bothering him. I live in this county like all of you. I raise my children here, and I think that there are areas of this community that are exceptionally fractured and have had really poor leadership that has infected law enforcement, unfortunately, for the better part of the last 5, maybe 10 years. And I think that the way the sheriff and our current undersheriff have handled the last 4 years, but specifically the 3 that I've been here, are highly admirable. And whoever gets appointed today, I hope looks to the leadership that they have provided in the circumstances that they had to provide it in, because the circumstances matter. The way the public feels about law enforcement matters. I know each of you understand intimately what it's like to be a law enforcement officer in America today, but especially here in Marion County, the most diverse county in the state. And I can't thank you enough for standing forward. Obviously, only one person is going to be chosen today, but it says something about each of you because you're willing to put yourself out there, knowing that there was 5 or 6 other candidates that were standing forward for this appointment. I said it this morning, I don't take this process lightly. I know it will be the most difficult decision that I make in the next 2 years. And I appreciate that you're all honest and stated that you're going to run for office next year. Good luck to you, because if you thought this was hard, I assure you this was the easiest part of that process. But we're here. We're here to serve our citizens just like all of you are in your current roles and the future sheriff. So thank you, truly.
Well, I'll echo those comments. Thank you all for what you've done even before today in your service to our country and our service to Marion County and other agencies that you've all worked in. I just really appreciate it. I mean, I fly a lot, and even TSA. Every TSA, I always say, thank you for your service. I mean, just people that keep us safe all around us. I just really, really appreciate and honor it. I mean, I haven't done that myself, other than I think one of you mentioned about education of people, coming out and educating me to, not leave a backpack in my car. I think, Don, you said that, right? Whatever it was. But, educating those around us to make sure they take care of themselves first, because when there is an emergency, as we've all experienced, many of them here in the last 3 years or whatever, you got to take care of yourself first, even if it means having gasoline in the back of your truck driving through a fire.
Which we don't recommend, by the way.
But I just really appreciate what you do, because when you're there, when you're at my door, I haven't been able to take care of myself, and you're the team that is there, and it is a team. So I really appreciate that. And I'm going to say, if you don't mind, I'm going to say some things about everybody right now. And I'll start, I'll just start in the order that we interviewed people. Chris Baldridge, a couple of things that you said. I cannot promise anything. I think that is a sincere thing that we all need to remember. I can't promise that I'll be here tomorrow. And that you would ask others not to jump that would cause division. And I think that is a key thing in unity in any organization, whether it's a board you serve on or a sheriff's department with 370 plus employees, is that you said, hey, stay together, and I think that's really important. Recruiting youth, getting into high schools, you had a goal of 60% reduction in vacant spaces within a year. You know, whether that's realistic or not, but you've got some things that you're saying you would say to the team, hey, this is what we need to do, and we're going to set an objective to do that, and then you do that change through collaboration. Nick, I've been in meetings with you, and you're protecting me. I know you've been in suits back there and going, I know that guy's back there making sure we're all safe. You mentioned the root causes, and I think that is really important, because when you've got somebody stealing stuff, there's something else going on underneath that's happened in their life, and maybe it's current, maybe it's in the past. But really understanding that, and that you know that you understand that we have to collaborate with community partners, whether that's our addiction services or our victim services, making sure that the public safety system is collaborating together. You said stability first, and kind of goes along with what Chris's point was we've got to have stability before we do anything. We got to make sure we're all going the same direction and that we're all honoring each other. And then you made a comment about the world is changing, and that we need to be progressive and change with it, right? And you're so right. We do have to be creative, and I don't want to say progressive.
I like that.
Progressive. I would use
I like
the
that
word,
word.
but no, I like that. But progressive gives you an energy behind it. You know, creative, it sounds like I'm sitting here just making some art, but being progressive is really critical. And then I don't know, I put them in this order, but I'm not sure that this is the most important, is that you have to trust your people and trust the folks that you have around you to do their jobs. Chad, your comment about peer-to-peer support, and I really enjoyed listening to the frontline deputies' perception of what they see, what they hear, and your line about peer-to-peer support when you're out there. Being present, and you understood the role of the jail and how important that is to the frontline law enforcement people. And then I loved your thought about a podcast and creative communications. Chris, thank you for your service to our country. 20 years in the Navy, I really appreciate that. And you were the first one that mentioned how we can change, how we can make some change, and that was to go over to the Capitol, he said, to the legislature, to impact change, and having somebody who's serving on the front line going over there. And I know our sheriffs in the past have done that, and undersheriff has done that, but that is a really important role that we serve here in Marion County as commissioners, as well as elected officials, that we were asked to go over there, and we are well respected in a lot of the things that we've done. And then you addressed the retention. When you talked about recruitment, you went to retention first, and I think a few others did that too. How are we taking care of the people that are here right now? Because that is important. And Stacy, you mentioned that. You said, you know, what are we doing to take care of the people that we have? Why are we working here? Why has Stacy stayed here since 2007? I think I was in the legislature when you came over here as a deputy. And the excellence that you, Stacy, that you talk about is really evident. describing the issue of the stolen car. I think somebody else said that too, and all you're gonna do is give them a piece of paper. We gotta do something about that for accountability. And that you're just available and willing, again, to do whatever it takes, go over to the legislature and advocate. And I guess I got it one out of order. Don, your community focus, you're out there everywhere. I know when I first became a commissioner, you were everywhere I was, it seemed like, and I don't think that has stopped. You mentioned building relationships with other agencies is important, and you actually said a full audit of the jail operations to see if there are some ways that we could improve efficiencies or not. So those are some things that I picked out that everybody said that I thought had great ideas. There's a lot of good ideas in this room. If I would say this, whoever the appointee is should make sure they reviewed all those interviews. They're all recorded. And there's gonna be things in there that you're gonna say, hadn't thought about that. Because a lot of you talked about your team and listening to your team. So I just wanna say thank you to you all. Very tough decision and a high level of professionalism.
Okay, my turn, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to share sort of some of my high-level thoughts first. One of the things I want to share with all of you is how healthy this situation is. One of the things that I'm just super, super passionate about, and this could be seen as a little bit Pollyanna, but I really believe in representative government. I really believe in it. I think it's really important. And this type of process is where we prove that it works or it doesn't. And we all have examples around us where we see representative government breaking down, we see fighting, we see riots, we see just the whole thing falling apart, right? And your willingness to step forward, to voice your concerns, to put yourself forward to serve is part of what keeps this thing going. And it didn't just happen today. All of you have years of experience serving this community. And I'm very grateful for that. And I think it came through in your interviews as well. So I also want to give some credit to Sheriff Cast in this, because one of the things that I work for Marion County. You're not a real human being if you're not frustrated about things in the place that you work, right? Like if anybody's like, oh no, everything's great, they're just lying, right? And nobody here lied, right? And I think one of the things that really stood out to me in this process was your honesty and your care for our community. And I want that to be sort of acknowledged by everybody watching this process, right? Because there was a number of times where you were asked a question and you said, I don't know the answer to that question. Or you said, I don't have that experience, right? That takes a lot of courage. It's a lot easier to be in that position and just sort of mealy mouth your way through it, right? And a number of you didn't. A number of you just addressed it right up front. I don't know. And I think that's a credit to Joe that he creates a culture where you felt empowered to come here to the board in public and say, hey, these are some of my frustrations, these are some of my concerns, this is the reason why I'm applying for this job, this is what I think needs to change. Don't think of that as this is broken. Think of that as this is working the way it's supposed to work. Because I didn't hear anybody trash the sheriff's office or say this place is horrible or this community. That's not what happened here. All the comments that I heard were people who deeply love this community. And so this is what happens when communities are functional, right? Like that's one of the things that I say is like sometimes there's this belief out there that, oh, I have all these problems, but somewhere else, this person is perfect. They have it all figured out. And if I just become perfect like that person, that's not real. That's not how it works, right? We all have issues that we're dealing with. And what a healthy community is where we're open about that. And we say, hey, these are things we're working on. How do we come together and make progress together, right? And so I want to give Sheriff Cast credit for that because, as Commissioner Cameron likes to say, attitude reflects leadership, right? So I do think all of you coming forward is a testament to the fact that you said, hey, that position's important, And I feel empowered to come forward and tell people about this position, tell people about my experience, tell people what I think needs to change. So I want you guys to hear that. I also want the community to hear that. Like this is healthy. This is how it's supposed to go, right? The fact that we have set 6 candidates, the fact that we've had a really open dialogue from inside the agency. You know, there's been some conversations in the past couple of years about like defunding the police or getting rid of the police. Like that's nonsense. It's nonsense. There's no non-police option. Somebody with guns is going to be in charge, right? The only question is, do you want well-trained, professional, ethical people with high integrity to have the guns and be enforcing the laws, or do you want criminals to be in charge, right? That's the only question. And what I saw today is we have a lot of people in this community that really sincerely want high integrity, ethical people to be in that position to keep our community safe. And so I feel really good about this after hearing all of you, and I want to echo what Commissioner Cameron said, which is I learned something from each one of you. So I may, as we keep going, I may kind of go through and say what I learned from each of you. I don't know that I want to drag this out forever and ever, but it was super valuable to me. And I also want you to know, and you commissioners to know, that this is a much bigger decision than I thought when I first became a commissioner. So I became a commissioner, and the first thing I did, like within like a month, was we voted to appoint Sheriff Cast as the sheriff. And then we had the fires, and we had the riots, and we had, right? And I look back, and I had no idea how important that decision was. If we had picked somebody that didn't have integrity, that wasn't very experienced, that didn't know what they were doing in that position, our community could have been in a much, much, much worse position. So I also want to share that as I take this really seriously, and I know you guys do as well. So I think maybe that's where I'll stop for sort of my kind of initial impressions.
Yeah, I'll turn it back to Commissioner Bethel, but less than a year from now, right, next May.
The filing opportunity
The filing
is
is
September.
September, but next May is the first step in the election, so I just want you to know, we're gonna make an appointment today, but the people will choose next May and November, depending on what happens. But we said that at the beginning, I think before all the candidates were here, to the public, that this is just the interim step, and we hope that it is the right step, and that the people will choose in May the right people, the right person too. So I'll let you go.
Thank you. Well, I hope that everyone that watched today or watches this back learned something from each of you, aside from the fact that I know that each of us did. And if you don't watch board session, I encourage you to do so, because we're always sharing what we learn. But one of the things, Jan, that I learned today, and we've discussed this with you, is we always want to hear from the people that work in Marion County. And I took a lot of notes. Actually, I had to get paper clips because I have so many notes to go with the packet. But we're going to follow up on the things that we heard. At least I am. Regardless of who's appointed, I just want you all to know independently that we're going to have a very thoughtful conversation on what does shift work look like, or what does real investment in the employees in the sheriff's office look like. It's not just for a recruitment piece for me, but it's really truly about a love piece for me. I truly do love all the employees that work for Marion County because they serve my family. But you guys had some really creative ideas today. And I think they're super great opportunities to be considered. But we only have so much money. And so I appreciated the creativity, the interest in the creativity, and the reality that we're not tax raisers. So specifically, Stacy, I just want to call out your statement, because I am a mom. I'm a working mom, and it's really hard. I know it's hard to be working dads too, but I'm a woman and I can't experience what you do. So I'm just going to say that I appreciated what you called out. So thanks for letting me recap.
Yeah.
I've never done this before, so I'm not leading it. Just saying.
I don't want to put you in a position that.
I'm not,
You want me to
we
go?
did this with the state rep and I voted against you guys, so I'm prepared to do that too.
Mr. Chair, you want me to go first?
Please.
Well, again, I'm going to say everybody did a really good job, but my choice is to go with Lieutenant Hunter.
Okay,
Do you want me to go next, or do you want to go next? And do you want to explain your choice, or no?
Okay, well, I just think, number one, the time he's been a lieutenant and dedicated to the sheriff's office, that means a lot to me. And I think, two, stability. The world is changing, and we need to be progressive. We got to be progressive. He's got the background, the experience to do that, and collaborate with the partners, and the trust level. And I think that Nick will do. Everybody here will probably do a good job, but I think Nick is my choice to put there for now.
okay.
Do you want me to go next, or do you want to?
Well, I'm happy to go.
Okay.
I concur, Commissioner Cameron. And I specifically concur because I really appreciated your steady confidence in really believing that you can lead this department. I do think change is really difficult. And I know that the sheriff's position is a really difficult position. And while I heard a lot from all of the rest of you on what leadership looks like and how you'd go about that, I just heard something different from Lieutenant Hunter. So, yeah.
My pick is also Lieutenant Hunter. For me, having been through what I've been through over the last 4.5 years, his experience, in the type of experience and the decisions he made in those moments really swayed it for me. Ultimately, this job, sheriff, just like our jobs, you're asked to make decisions where nobody is there to give you the answer. So you're kind of staring into the abyss. Often there are people who can be greatly impacted by your decisions, and there's no roadmap. There's nothing to follow anymore. Once you're the sheriff, there's nobody to look up to and say, "What do you think we should do?" You're it, right? And everyone's looking at you, and so Nick's experience in those positions, whether it's leading a SWAT team or making the call about when people have to get out of that fire, those things, for me, tip the balance, because that's what I've seen. I've seen, in my experience here, that the sheriff is asked to make those decisions, and whether or not they make the right decision has a huge impact on us. And so his experience in making those decisions sways it for me. I want to echo a lot of the things that Commissioner Cameron said, and one of the things that I want to say is I was really impressed with those of you who are deputies who came forward today. I was really impressed because I was impressed with your honesty. I was impressed with your acknowledgement of places where maybe you didn't have experience. And I thought each of you added something that I hope, and I'm going to share, I'm going to echo Commissioner Bethel on this. I really hope, Nick, that if we appoint you today and you're our appointed sheriff, and then whoever wins the election in the fall, that we do have a conversation about some of these things that these deputies brought up. Because I have seen it. I could see it, and I have seen it, where deputies have come forward in a very different way, where they've been disrespectful, or they've been arrogant, or they've shown a lack of understanding about just how complicated and difficult running an agency like this is. And Chad, one of the things that I loved is I loved all your ideas about the jail. I wrote them all down, and I was like, yeah, these are, now, I don't know if we're going to actually be able to implement any of them, but I love that you actually did the mental work, right? Because so much of this job is we have to do a bunch of mental work, and then we find out 2 years from now whether we got it right or not, you know? And so you're sort of going through the different, what if we try this? What if we try that? What if we put housing there? What about the transition center? What, you know, I really appreciated that. And and Chris, I was super impressed with your honesty and your humility. And one of the things you said is that's a lot of money and people to be entrusted with. Thank you. Yeah, it is. And then you just said it like, well, that's a big deal. And I, it just felt like you were very honest. And I really appreciate that. It's hard for me to overstate how important that is. And then, Stacy, the thing that I wanted to tell you is I appreciate you saying like, hey, these are policies that I don't like. It feels wrong.
Right.
I think sometimes it's really important to just say, hey, this feels wrong. Even if there may be a reason for it that hasn't been communicated to you, or there may be some context that you don't have yet, that gut instinct of this feels wrong is super important, and it's super important for you to vocalize that, and it's super important for you to advocate that way. So I think sometimes, especially in complicated agencies or endeavors, we can get so into the weeds that we stop that sort of gut level, like, this doesn't feel right. And so I really appreciated that you communicated that to us. And then I also want to echo what Commissioner Cameron said about you, Don, and you know this from what I've said to you before. I so appreciate your involvement in our community, and I appreciate how much work you do to get to know the communities that we serve, because they are very different. And Nick, if we pick you, you're going to have to do that work. You know, that's real work, and I hope that you'll do that. And then Chris Baldridge, I guess there's more than one Chris. I really appreciate what you said about not causing division, and thinking of ways to bring people together. I think that is really important, and it's something that I'm going to rely on all of you to do, because my sense from this was you all have a heart for this agency and this community, and whether there's an election or not, I trust that you guys are in this for the right reasons. And so I want to thank you for that, and thank you for serving our community.
You know, this morning, Commissioner, you gave a long, not a long,
Was it
but
long? Was it
It was longish.
you did some research, and you mentioned the word guardian.
That's right.
And somewhere in there, I think, you know, when we do take the oath, it's to the best of my ability. And I want to remind all of you that it's to the best of our ability in making those decisions that you talked about. And Chris, I hope you come back to our agency. We miss you.
All right. Motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Lieutenant Nick Hunter as the next Marion County Sheriff.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing for the record for Lieutenant Hunter, because I took quotes on all of you. You specifically said, before you can understand the solution, you need to understand the problem. And I'm going to hold you accountable to that, because this community is full of problems and they're full of solutions, but it requires a listening, thoughtful ear to seek those solutions. So I look forward to working with you in that opportunity. And Marion County is really big. So clear your schedule.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes. Okay, is there anything else? If not, we are adjourned.